Evening, everybody. I'd like to call to order the public hearing section of this meeting. First, we have ordinance O-26-9, an ordinance of the Town Council of Chesapeake Beach, Maryland, adopting the annual budget for the general fund of the Town of Chesapeake Beach for the fiscal year July 1, 2026 to June 30th, 2027, and setting municipal tax rates. So, is there anybody?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, good evening. How are you? Good. Good to see you.
Sir. Debbie Buckingham, 3806 28th Street. Can the town please explain how employee salaries, administrative compensation, accrue leave payouts, severance obligations related to personal costs are reflected within the 26-27 general fund budget? So residents can clearly understand the town's total employee compensation package and obligation. Because this has gone about because of Holly Wall departing us, I would like to find out, as a resident of the town of Chesapeake Beach, how they consider providing a more detailed public breakdown of the salaries and benefits accrued in leave liabilities as a town residents in the general fund budget. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Dan?
Currently in the budget, there is a salary schedule that lists the employee salaries, each individual employee, and the proposed pay rate for them. The benefits are based as a percentage of those salaries, and those benefits are roughly 50%. So the salary line item in each fund of the town includes the amounts that are listed on that schedule, and then the benefits are about 50% of that, and they're made up of all the benefits that we offer, including health, dental, vision, life, and retirement.
Okay, thanks, Deb. Anybody else? Okay. Let's move on to the next one. Ordinance O-26-10, an ordinance of the Town Council of Chesapeake Beach, Maryland, adopting the annual budget for the mitigation fund of the Town of Chesapeake Beach for the fiscal year July 1, 2026 to June 30th, 2027. Council? Public? Okay, public? Anybody in the public have any question about that? Hearing none. We'll move on to ordinance O-26-11, an ordinance of the Town Council of Chesapeake Beach, Maryland, adopting the annual budget for the water reclamation treatment plant. It's still the wastewater treatment plant, anyway, anything you want to call it, of the Town of Chesapeake Beach for the fiscal year July 1, 2026 to June 30th, 2027. Again, does anybody have any questions or comments? Hearing none, we will, I'm sorry?
No, I'll just telling our guests to come in. You come back over here.
Okay, hearing none, we will close the public hearings and we will convene the town council meeting at 6:30.
In fact, this is not, this is, small. 22. Because. No.
I'd like to call to order the town council meeting for the month of May, May 21st, 2026. If you would all stand, we will say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice. Council, do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
Motion to approve?
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion to amend the agenda?
Okay. What would you like to do?
I'd like to amend the agenda to have the general fund 26-026-9 move to a special meeting on June 11th, Thursday, June 11th, to allow for to be after the next work session for us to discuss the framework that goes over employee compensation as outlined by the town administrator.
Seconded for discussion.
All right, discussion.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. So one thing we've done is we've challenged each other to ask different questions. We've challenged each other to not just accept what we have in town and everything that's been there, but to see where we can go and identify things that may not have been always looked at in the past. I see that the reason for the significance to having a framework for what compensation gets done, besides that it being a part of our town charter and town code, is that we have the water park. We have a lot of employees that are in this town fiscal year going to be adopted. And I think that having a special meeting to go over this after our work session so that we can elaborate or build upon the framework that was presented to us is the appropriate thing to do.
Any other comments?
Yeah. Couple question for the attorney. Is there any problem as far as what we need to do as far as adopting budgets, a certain due date and all that other thing?
In place. Has to be in place before the new fiscal year because you can't spend any money. Isn't appropriated.
And assuming that if I could add, assuming that the project moves forward as planned, it would open at the end of the coming fiscal year, of the fiscal year that we're about to deal with. So that's why I believe that charge is there.
Also, there's a certain waiting period for an ordinance. It would have to be done as an emergency, and I will have to check your charter. Some jurisdictions don't let you adopt a budget by an emergency.
Right, that was really my question.
Let me take a look.
Okay. So that was one question I had. The other, and then I just had a comment.
I'm sorry, can you clarify why it would need to be an emergency versus just push to the next session? I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Are you having, so June is difficult because of municipal league. Are you having?
But is the 11th, because I asked,
has to be.
is the 11th the council meeting, correct? Or is that just a work session?
The 9th is the work session. The 11th is a Thursday. It's not a work session. And then it's 20 days. June 1st is 20 days from there.
The 11th is not a work session.
July 1st is 20 days from there. So we would have the work
But correct,
session.
the 11th, though, is the council session.
No, the 18th is a council meeting, June 9th, and then the third Thursday
So we would have
is
to-
June 18th.
We would have to move something up then to achieve the.
Unless we can do it as an emergency, then you can
Okay,
vote
yep.
on.
No, thank you.
Just looking at the dates in the charter, on the whole question.
Okay.
If I could add one more thing, Mayor. I talked to the county today to find out when they need our tax rates by in order to get to the state, and they said our drop dead date is June 18th. So if you want to include that in your configuration of dates.
Yeah, but you could set the tax rate before, I mean, unless you think that the things you want to discuss in the budget are gonna impact your tax rate setting, you don't have to do them at the same time. You could. But that is good to know, so they could conceivably.
So I think, if I'm not mistaken, Dan, what you're wanting to do here is publicly review the salaries and benefits as a whole and discuss some charter sections related to that. And then would that, I guess my question is, what would the impact of that discussion be on the general budget?
I think the impact on the general fund would be salaries, and it would be a couple things. I'm not all the way sure, because in the discussion it might uncover other items. So I know that we are dealing with this, but it is not so much the items that we as a council and a body are doing. It's things that I've seen that have previously been done that it should be addressed now that that we are at this point in the year.
I want to have this discussion. I want to have the same discussion that you want to have in open session, but and really the one thing that I would like to see that's related but not necessarily incumbent upon this discussion that you want to have is we have as a council, and multiple members of this council have expressed and discussed, particularly in our first year after the election and after the revelations of Holly's salary and all that, that we wanted to be more transparent with salaries. And it is disappointing that salaries are still scattered throughout all these budgets and nearly impossible for anyone in the general public to decode that. We have a decoder key, but you know, I've said it. I know Councilman Schultz has said it, and I'm sure some others. Is that we would like to see all of the salaries shown in the general fund, and then you can have transfer lines that show it. If you really want to move it to other funds, you can have transfer lines to show those movements. But as of now, it's impossible for the public to understand what's going on holistically with salaries, and that's disappointing. But I don't know that we're going to get there right now in less than 30 days.
And I don't think we would be able to get there in less than 30 days, but I think what we would do is we would build on the framework that was presented to us, maybe adopt a resolution of what we as a council are going to offer and for our town, and whether it's we lay the framework that we're adopting this resolution, that this is what we're going to do to provide that transparency to the town taxpayers. We could then have that. So if we do amend the agenda or the budget or build upon it, we identify that we are working on a framework for it to be adjusted that way.
Well, you go ahead, Alyssa.
I was just going to get back to the timing question, because I think it underlies this discussion. And I just wanted to say, I don't see anything in your charter or code that would prevent you from doing it as an emergency if that became necessary. But since it's been pointed out after the work session.
I do have one more question, and then I'm sorry, Dan, I'll give it over to you. We have a general fund budget that is passed. So what we're looking at here is an amendment. If we do nothing, then we still have a general fund budget, right? So there's that.
Really, what's being discussed then is an amendment.
This ordinance we're looking at is an amendment to a general fund budget that's passed, correct? Oh, it's not. It was introduced. It was
Only
introduced, and we're trying to change it before passing it.
There are proposed changes that were discussed at the last work session that need to be
That's right.
incorporated
Yeah,
into the
but
budget. And then after those are incorporated into the budget, hopefully take a motion to approve the amended ordinance.
So it's
So do we have,
be an ordinance amended after introduction, not
correct? Correct, yeah, okay. But, so do we have someone who, because I know when we talked about this in the work session, Samelia, I had asked that this sheet that had all the changes on it be in this packet. It's not, but I can access it here. Because the amendment is the amendment.
Yeah.
I guess I'm a little confused because we have an introduced budget. So we're going to motion to approve it, and then who's going to, is there a written amendment?
Yeah, so I have the motions to make on behalf of everything that was said during the work session. Met with Dan.
It was somewhat significant, so I was just, is there like,
Well, I think that
printout or something?
I think
has
that
all
actually supports this thing, because if we all remember that last meeting when we did the home occupancy, if we're going to try to do that again, I don't think we should go. We have a whole list trying to follow along.
we have to do
Yeah,
that.
yeah, but by being proactive, removing it from the agenda, because it should have its own time, especially being a general fund, I think even supports this even more.
So the motions I'm making, though, are just the ones from the work session last week. So there's nothing additional there. So I'm with you. I think I completely understand the ask. And I'm all for the transparency as well. I think, but the conversation last week when we had the work session was we do need this framework. Samelia sent like a 2-page document that outlines the problem where we are in violation of the charter. It said and it recognized the gaps, and it came up with a plan. Now I think the way I'm hearing it is you're saying you would like to discuss that plan to make sure it encapsulates everything that, as a council, we think meets the charter requirements and our obligation for transparency. And then you would also like to do a resolution to state that this will be accomplished and that we're not just kicking the can down the road. So I agree with that. Where I'm struggling is why, like, you don't need the, you don't need necessarily to hold the general fund budget approval up to accomplish that, because that is going to be a long-standing question, right? We talked last week about engaging MML. We want to get, I don't know what St. Mary's County does. I don't know what North Beach does. So there's a lot of questions and dependencies that are going to be on this. And then I do think maybe we can work with the town staff to generate that resolution. I will 100% commit to supporting a time-boxed solution to achieving this before the next budget cycle. I don't think it's possible for us to actually implement something by June. I just don't.
So a few clarifications. I'm saying a special held meeting, which is 21 days from today. That would be the Thursday, June 11th. So we have a town council meeting on Tuesday, June 9th, where we could have a discussion that would incorporate this larger item into the special meeting. It would allow for the public to also input, and then us pass the general fund that we have here. It would incorporate the discussion in the work session for all the items, so all the amendments that we have can be discussed in writing at the work session, and then at the special held meeting that's in this motion to amend the agenda would give it its own time to discuss.
Okay, so I understand that. The motions that are being presented are all the ones from last week we discussed. So I just want to understand, is the goal then to ensure that we discuss this in the public before voted on? Because we could still have the conversation at the June work session. We could still achieve all of that. But my question is if that conversation we know is not driving a change to the budget, then we're also just kicking the can down the road if we're going to do it. So again, it's just, we're kicking it to June to have a conversation to vote on the exact same thing. But if the goal is that you're saying, I would like to have the transparency occur before the vote, then I'm tracking you there.
So I guess it's kicking the can down the road, but I look at this as not kicking the can down the road about us not putting a cart before a horse. So with doing it this way, we are, for so many other people in oversight, and I think it is from the unpacking of how the salaries had gotten out of line in the previous administration, for us to make sure that we lay out that framework that's going to guide us moving forward.
I guess the thing that occurs to me is that this is imminent, and we need to move forward quickly in order to meet other deadlines, if I'm not mistaken. Isn't that correct, Dan?
Just the deadline of setting the tax rate. But
Right. But, and what's the deadline on that?
June 18th.
June 18th. And so my thought as I hear this discussion is it seems like one possibility is to move forward with what we have in hand and then use what we learned from that to make amendments going forward, so that we don't get ourselves in a bind here before the beginning of the coming fiscal year. And does that make any sense at all, Jamie?
Yeah, yes, but what would the day be that we need to have an emergency meeting by? Is it realistic to set it? Because I do think, like, if we're going to have another meeting, like if there's another opportunity on the schedule in June where we're going to have this and it can still achieve the required outcomes for us to hit the deadline with the county and the 21 days required for the ordinance. I mean, if we can repurpose the work session to that special meeting, I'm okay with that if that's allowed. if it helps provide some transparency and clarity. I would just still say, like, I just think we're still going to vote on the same budget at that point. We're just going to have a conversation on the framework in addition, too. Does that make sense? I don't know if I'm asking you. I think I'm asking Samelia. Like, what would the day be that would be available for us to even do this emergency? Is it the 11th? We'd have to convert.
So the work session's the 9th. The 11th would be a new day that we
Just a new day.
would be adding.
So could we convert the work session to an emergency session? And since that's the work sessions are not technically mandatory.
So I was under the understanding that emergency sessions were like a 5-day thing, but a special meeting you were allowed to have as long as you gave 20 days notice. Am I correct or incorrect on that?
I don't know.
I don't know. That's a whole separate question. I was addressing the question of the emergency ordinance, which I'll come back to that. Your ordinance, your charter provides that no ordinance shall be passed at the meeting at which it was introduced, at any regular or special meeting of the council held not less than 6 nor more than 60 days after the meeting at which it was introduced, it shall be passed, et cetera. So the 11th is not 6 days after the 9th. So right away, you're gonna have to have a emergency ordinance. And an emergency ordinance is different from an emergency meeting. You're not scheduling an emergency meeting. You're scheduling a special meeting to introduce and then to adopt, because you'll need 2 special meetings, I guess, the general fund budget.
Okay, thanks for that clarity.
And then it is the part of so the emergency ordinance can accomplish 2 things. It can waive the waiting periods between introduction and adoption, and it can shorten the period after the adoption for the effective date. In this case, you'll need to do both things.
Lori, did you have something you wanted to say?
I'll just say that I'm a little bit disappointed that we are talking about salary increases when we are also talking about adding expenses to residents. That's my first comment. So, and then also that there's some very high dollar items in this budget that are time sensitive. And we need to pass them. We all agreed to support them. And this conversation, in the absence of some other things we need to approve, the type of raises that are proposed, becomes awkward for us with citizens who are very, very budget conscious or who may not like of the decisions we have made. That said, I will say what I told the mayor about the water park previously. I'm prepared to pass a budget minus the amendments that I alerted everybody to regarding the utility fund. And I'll be looking forward to holding everybody involved accountable for the salary increases that they have proposed for themselves to deliver results for residents. As everybody knows, there are certain results that I feel should have been delivered. There's certain information that I feel should have been delivered. And I'm happy to move forward with that goal in mind and with those results on the horizon.
All right, just little 2 cents before we go to a vote on the actual motion. It seems like we have an issue here that deals with transparency and with legislative action. An extra meeting does not definitively give us transparency. Something that's transparent is a front-facing item on the website or something that people can always look at during the year to see what the salaries are for our staff so that the taxpayers can see exactly where their money is going, so on and so forth. And we already have information from our town administrator that is being worked on currently. That's not something that has to wait until the next budgeting cycle. That is something that can come in the near future, but that transparency is already en route to being taken care of. The legislative action is something that we would have to have an idea of exactly what we want that yearly report to look like, have it all in there, have an ordinance go through, vote on it, and say every year, this is exactly what we want to come to us for us to make the decisions that we have to make. Now, we can talk about the last administration, but that charter was, 1963, and it was updated in 1990. This is 2026. So for some reason, the town has survived without these things being in place. For it to be all of a sudden we can't move forward without this one thing in place that's already being worked on, and that we actually as a council have to do more work on to bring something up to be able to have voted on, to have it in place securely, we have to do that work. So I don't know, I'm not 100% sure that having an extra meeting helps with that, because we can make sure the public has what they need, but we have to internally do what we have to do to vote on so that the administrative staff can know how to move forward in the future, and then we'll never have the problem again. This is about solving that problem so that it can never happen again, right?
Correct. And that's where I believe yesterday's outline really identified the beginning framework that we can put into a work session, discuss it, to have it part of that legislative act. It's giving that deliverable, not the promise of it.
So with all due respect, are we able to, as a council, assist with our town, make sure they do the thing that they need to for transparency, make sure that we have to do the thing we need to do legislatively without pushing back the work that's already been done? So that's the only question I have for the vote that we're about to make.
So I think it's putting the guardrails in place that is being worked on.
Right.
And it is the legislative act of making sure that's in place while we adopt
And I agree
the
with
general
that.
fund. I mean,
I agree with
it's putting it together.
But the safeguard is the job that we need to do. The transparency is the stuff that's going to come from the administration. The safeguards going forward is the job that we need to do. But I don't know if pushing back the general fund or taking it off of the vote for today makes a difference in that. We want people to have the information they need. We want the things that happen before they never happen again. The administration is doing their job. Let's do ours, so we can get things done and keep moving forward.
We might be able to follow along, but I don't think the general fund, the general public is going to be able to follow along with how back and forth this budget's going to be for the general fund. So that's why I say if we lay out the framework, we put it in place, we protect from these things that have in the past happened. And like you said, it has been a long time. We have survived, I guess, but is that our measure?
Well, doing the framework is the work we can get done, and we don't have to wait until next year. And the transparency is the work that's currently being done. But if I was a member of the general public, I would have been at the movie theaters watching Mandalorian and Grogu right now. So let's just be realistic about it. Let's vote and move forward and see where we land with this.
And I'd like to chime in that I think you bring up a good point. I think you brought to the attention of the council that there's work to be done. But I think that from where I'm sitting, it's important for us to pass a budget. And so if we can pass the budget, but know that one of the things that's going to come out of this entire conversation is that we will look at this issue that could stand some correction, some amendment in the future, and that we would implement that, as soon as possible to take effect in the coming fiscal year. And that way we can achieve the transparency that we're talking about and so forth. And it doesn't jeopardize the operation of the town government in the short run.
Well, I mean, I made a motion to amend the agenda. It's either going to pass or it's not, and if we're going to get into the details of it, I guess we'll do it during the meeting. I was just trying to make it its own part so we could not get into everything that is
All right.
going to lead to it. So,
Understandable.
Eric, you wanted to
Yeah,
say-
just one final thing to say. Dan, I really do appreciate your effort. I think that we can solve this issue, but it's going to take time, and we need to pass a budget. But I will say this. I think that there's a gap measure here, and I will make a motion when it comes time to vote on the general fund to add an Exhibit A to the general fund, which is the salary projection key decoder that we all have. And we can add it directly to the general budget, and then that will be public because the budgets are public and posted. So then the salaries will all be there in whole, and they can see what's going on this year. And then next year we can do some codification into the charter to make it something that happens every year. But that's a good stopgap. So I just want to say I'm going to make that motion, and I also intend to vote against this motion.
All right, so do we want to take a vote on Dan's motion at this point?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All in favor of the motion presented by Dan, say aye. All opposed? Okay, the noes have it, so that amendment does not take effect. Okay. That was just the first item on the agenda, right? Okay, let's see, we're a half hour into it. At the rate we're going to be here till about midnight. All right, go ahead.
Well, we didn't vote to actually approve the agenda. Yeah.
So we're going to go back to that. Motion to approve the agenda.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. The agenda is approved. How about that? We're making progress. All right. Okay, we're down to, it's time for public comment on any item on the agenda. Would anybody like to make any comments? If so, please come forward to the podium. Well, hi, Debbie. It's good to see you.
Sit all the way in the back knowing you come
Yeah,
up
why
here.
don't you sit up near the front?
See.
Okay. Debbie Buckingham, 3806 28th Street. The town has stated that these revisions are intended to modernize and clarify zoning ordinances. We're going to talk about zoning ordinances coming up. However, the proposals also repeals and replaces significant portions of the zoning code, and including zoning district, land use tables, standards, use of definitions, and official zoning maps. Since the comprehension plan is intended to guide the future land use policy of the town, how has the council determined these broad changes remain fully consistent with the adopted comprehension plan without the first formally revisiting and amending the plan before making these actions? You're held by the charter and you're held by the comprehension plan, but you're changing things without getting it right. Thank you. Oh, and I do agree with the transparency. Thank you.
Can I ask one question to you, Ms. Debbie?
Yes, Jane.
Which item are you talking about that
I am talking-
that the council is discussing?
I am talking about your resolution of O-26-8. The very first one on the resolution's number A on your second page. Oh, and the other thing is transparency. You guys didn't get the agenda on the website until a half hour before this meeting or an hour before this meeting. That's not too transparent, guys. Actually, it's not a good job at all. So you're telling about transparency, you're lacking in it.
That was my fault, Debbie.
Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
thought I had sent it over to.
I'm going to call her and read it to her from now on.
Yeah, he's gonna call.
But
But you're doing a good job. But the website is hard to manufacture, move around. As a person in a town, it's hard to determine what everything is. Okay, so,
Thank you for your comments.
thank you, Bruce.
Oh, hi, Stu. Hey, stranger. Just another day in paradise.
Thank you. Okay. Again, these are emergency workers that are serving our neighborhoods and respond 24 hours a day. These are permanently disabled law enforcement and emergency workers, and I think it only affects a very small portion of the community, but I think it would be helpful to their families and them if you can support that resolution. If you have any questions or any concerns, maybe I can help you answer anything. We good? Thank you.
Thanks, Stuart.
Again, thank you.
It's good to see you. You just walked away from me.
No.
Any other public comment on anything? All right, let's go down to number 5, approval of the minutes of the April 16th, 2026 public hearing. Is there a motion for
Motion to
approval?
approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion, is there a motion to approve the minutes of the April 16th town council meeting?
Motion to approve.
Discussion, please.
Okay, all right, let's get a second. We need a second?
Second.
Okay, discussion. Go ahead, Lori.
I just have a question about how these minutes are put together. I know Sharon makes them, but I know on the planning commission, different people get a cut at them. And so what is the process for our minutes?
The minutes are taken by our town clerk. When she has put them together, she sends them to me. Then I approve them. Unless I have edits or modifications, if I have edits or modifications, then I suggest that they're made, and then it's submitted into the town package or the agenda package for review.
So the only two people that get a cut at these minutes are you and Sharon?
I also take a look at them.
That's what I thought. And the council vice president?
I do not take a look at them, no.
Okay, so the Sharon, Samelia, the mayor. Okay. I did make statements for record during this meeting. I'm not going to go through the trouble of amending the minutes, but I have been looking at the minutes. I don't think that's a super valuable use of my time because there's a lot of things to address lately. But I did make a statement for the record last meeting, and it's not included. So that's my statement for the record this meeting.
Okay. Anything else? All right, do we have a motion for, yeah, we did have a motion in a second. All right, all in favor of approval of the minutes of the town council meeting of April 16th, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. All right, now we have the minutes of the May 12th, 2026 work session. Is there a motion to approve those minutes?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. All right. We're done calling the meeting to order. It is time for a special presentation from Michelle Keplinger from Legit, Local Government Insurance Trust. Welcome. Good to have you here.
Hey, nice to be here.
And it's good to renew our friendship from decades ago.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. So I'm Michelle Keplinger, the Director of Communications and Member Services with Legit, and I work with the members and Benecon for the Legit Health Pool. And every year around this time, we give back surplus from the fiscal year, this year being 25 fiscal year, which ends June 30th. So the Chesapeake Beach has been a member of the Legit House since 2012. And actually, you guys have been doing pretty good. Out of those 12 years, well, actually 13, I guess, 8 of them have been where you have received surplus back every year. And this year, you've actually already gotten the actual check, but it's going to be $101,130.99.
Hold that up for the.
Sure, and we can get a photo. Oh, I'm sorry.
How about that?
We did good.
That's good news.
So, and the time that you've been with Legit Health, you have actually gotten back over $770,000 from the time that you've joined.
You're welcome to come to any meeting.
So it's doing well. We've given back to members over 35 million, close to 36 million since we started the health pool, which was in 2010. So we're excited. Yeah, we're excited when people get money
You're
back.
excited too.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
you're welcome. Did you want to get a photo or anything with us?
Is that why you dressed up? That's awesome. Thank you so much. Mm-hmm.
There you go. You guys look great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Thank you for bringing good news to our council meeting. So nice.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks again.
Thank you.
Great to see you. See you in Ocean City. Okay, next item on the agenda. All right, next item on the agenda is we have a candidate for the tree board, and that is Kelly Buff. Can you come forward, please?
Hi, I'm Kelly Buff.
Hi, and you volunteered to serve on the tree board.
Yes, I did.
Well, thank you very much. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Well, I've been a resident of Chesapeake Beach, my family and I, for about a little over 8 years.
Okay.
I've married with 2 kids. My husband's family has originally lived in Calvert County for years, so he came back home basically when we moved here. And I have a background in finance. That was what I have done so far for my job. And I was also part of I was a community co-chair for community outreach, like volunteer position basically at my last employer for about 8 to 10 years. So I do take community relations seriously, and I do, with my family, my kids and I, we love walking around the Varial Trail and seeing all the improvements that have happened just recently. Actually, I saw the new descriptions and stuff going around the rail trail, so it was very interesting. And so yeah, I'm interested in joining the tree board.
Well, thank you. I truly appreciate that, and what makes the town tick is when we have people like you that will step up and volunteer for things that we need to get done. And so I can say on behalf of the entire town council that we appreciate your willingness to step up. And thank you for being here.
One question. Do you have a passion for trees?
I had more of an interest because we've definitely, with where we live, we've had some, we had to do some permits to get some trees taken down because of dying trees, and then, having to replant trees, and also like with storms being right in the wooded areas, we've had like neighbors and stuff where trees have fallen on their house. And I think our house actually had a tree fall on it years ago too, before we moved in. So it's, definitely been an interest since that has kind of happened too, safety as much as, needing the trees, but.
Actually, at last meeting, we had the chair of the tree board. I addressed something similar to that. I guess my question, thanks for volunteering. Do you have a favorite tree in town?
Oh, I don't have a favorite now.
Well, thank you ever so much for stepping up, and it's people with generous hearts like you that make this town government move forward for all the citizens of the town. So thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next, it is time for the town administrator's report.
The town administrator's report was submitted as a part of the agenda package. Of note, I wanted to flag that the council will vote tonight on the treatment plant RFP for the modification of the aeration basin handrails, which was discussed during the work session. And also just flag that the rail trail expansion to town limits RFP has already conducted the pre-bid meeting. It was held both virtually and in person so that we would be able, because our pre-bid meetings are mandatory in order for us to be eligible for SHA funds. We had to make sure that we provided opportunities for people to attend online and in person. We typically only have pre-bid meetings in person, so that's why I'm raising that so you all are aware. It was by far the best attended pre-bid meeting that we've had. We had over 26 people online and 10 in person. Some of them representing the same companies, but it is safe to say there's a lot of interest around bidding on this particular project, so that's promising to hear, and I wanted to share that with you all. Additionally, in our April meeting, there were questions about the water park, and there was an FAQ section that was promised, and so that is now up on the projects and investment page focused on the water park. If you scroll down to the bottom, you can see the responses to all of the questions that we've received about the water park. So that's there, and it's steadily being updated. There was a request for status update for the water park, and that was included as a part of the town engineer's memo to council. So you all have received that as well. Additionally, have an update from Randy Gatman as it pertains to the upcoming elections. So I will just read it how he presented it. Calvert County primary elections will only have Republican and Democratic ballots. So for the primaries, there's no independent ballot. And that was due to a small number of candidates for the Board of Education. However, all candidates for that race will be on the November 2026 ballot. Important dates to remember. The registration date, our deadline, is June 2nd. That's the last day to register to vote ahead of the primary election. Tuesday, June 2nd is also the last day to change party affiliation for the primary election. The early voting centers there are 3 of them. So Ward Farm Park in Dunkirk, the Community Resource Building in Prince Frederick, and Southern Community Center in Lusby. And all of this information will be shared in tomorrow's e-blast as well. So that is an update on that. And then just wanted to flag that we are having Stars and Stripes this weekend. It's still planning to take place. The rain plan, if it is to rain on Saturday in the morning, would be to move the the service portion in the morning into the chambers. And so that's where we will have that, and it'll be streamed. So stay tuned to the socials, and we'll keep everyone updated. And lastly, moving to the planning and zoning side, the planning and zoning administrator's report is submitted as a part of the town administrator's report. So one thing I wanted to flag is there's a nice infographic that Sarah created so that people can have a reference guide for better understanding the zoning amendment process. And I would like to invite Sarah up to the podium so she can talk a little bit more about the proposed zoning regulations as it pertains to fences, which is in the agenda for later discussion.
Thank you. I just wanted to review what zoning regulations we're discussing at each meeting, because there's a lot going on in planning and zoning, and it is creating some confusion as to what is where in the process. And so tonight, you are looking at zoning regulations with regard to fences. And we talked about at the last meeting why we have fences, right? What are the purposes of fences? And so in the backyard, they can create a private space where we can keep our dogs in the yard and keep an eye on our kids. But when put in the front yard, they can interrupt community space where we have a place to interact with each other. And so that's why we want to be careful about how we develop our fence regulations. Our current regulations are in the building code. And so they have a limiting standard of 3.5 feet height for all fences that don't need a permit. And then to get a permit that is 6 feet, it has to be a special purpose fence, and it has to be approved by the Public Works Administrator. It's very rigid where they can go. They cannot go in the front yard at all. They can't go in the front half of the property as opposed to in the yard or not. So if your home is towards the front of your property, you might not actually be able to build a fence that connects to the sides of your house. And so there were several problems coming up, including that, if you have a oddly shaped lot and you want to fence in a part of your yard, you might not be able to fence it in at all under the current regulations. So we discussed moving it to the zoning code so that the zoning code can allow people a way to apply for a variance when faced with a unique situation. And so the regulations do a couple things. They create a spacing between the ground and the bottom of the fence to address stormwater issues. There have been some issues with how fences have been installed and having them be damaged or become flying debris. So that is covered in the new regulations. It clarifies those front yard regulations and actually allows the fence to come up to 10 feet from the front of the house. So it's tied to the house, to your building, rather than your property. So you really can fence in your backyard. And currently it deals with, kind of allowing the unpermitted legacy fences and creates a resolution for them. It doesn't have to. And then it deals with the property challenges we talked about. So you've got two pieces to this tonight. 026.3, which is going to remove the building code regulations and take that away from the Public Works Administrator, where there's the limitations and the subjectivity. And it's going to move it through Ordinance 02608 into the zoning regulations, which have clear defined boundaries. And then if the permit can't be granted within those boundaries, it provides folks with a way to go to the Board of Appeals and say, I have a unique situation and may I please have my fence?
We had like 45 minutes of discussion. Did we have any answers to all of the questions that were come up? I mean, I think there was some for the attorney. There was a lot of, I don't think it was ready. And I think there's more problems with it than we want to address. And I'm not in favor of how it's written. I don't think that it is, everything's been considered. There's not a framework for the many different questions that were brought up that I thought we were going to get an answer to.
Okay. Anybody else got any questions, comments?
real quick. I asked this at the work session, and I thought the answer was 3 feet fences were allowed in the front yard, but I think, is that true?
So it's 3.5 feet. It could be 3 feet, right? It can't be taller than 3.5 feet. And so the new ordinance allows a 4-foot fence in the front yard. Because you can still see over that and interact with your neighbors, and also, keep that space defined for yourself. Yeah.
Yes.
Councilman Duval, I think I heard you say that there had been questions asked to me about this ordinance. I don't have any email from you on this.
It was questions at the last work session that were directed where an attorney would weigh in.
Okay,
That was
so
it.
I wasn't there. The only way I would know that you had a question is if you send them to me.
So if I can kind of review the notes that I have from the last meeting, the conversation was about gaps in fences, what happens when sort of you're connected to your neighbor's fence and your neighbor takes their fence down. We had resolved that then you would have to build your own fence, right, if your neighbor was your fence. We talked about the grandfathering and the 10 years, which was trying to allow fences that have been here, maybe when code enforcement didn't happen, to be permitted. You guys wanted to make some changes to that. You didn't have consensus on whether you wanted to remove it or whether you wanted to change the date. And so my understanding was that that amendment is going to be proposed this evening by one or many of you to come to how you want to resolve that. And that's the grandfathering timeline. And then most of these other comments really tie into that grandfathering. We talked about why we prohibit tall fences in the front yard. And we talked about easements and the reason that when you want to build a fence over a public works right of way, that you have to have this agreement that gets filed with the deed. And at that time, and Attorney Levon, you can weigh in. At that time, I had kind of provided the information that you had shared, that it needs to go with the deed so that someone who buys the house has that information about removal. But I don't know if you wanted more details on that from the attorney. And those are the notes that I have from the meeting.
Yeah, it was my understanding that we had all kind of had a report, and we were going to have them questions all summarized, not each and every one go recap the questions. I thought that's what we were going to have some input to, what the 10-year rule, how that messes with, and if someone's allowed to have a fence, it's on their fence. Someone believes a fence is theirs, but it's on a neighbor's, but we said they're allowed to have it, and we get in the middle of a property dispute. There was a whole bunch of things, and I thought we were going to have a recap from that, but it doesn't look like that happened.
Yeah, I think your concern was that if we say we're not going to enforce a fence that's 10 years old, and that 10-year-old fence is actually on the neighbor's property, then that we would be functionally saying that that resident had the right to the neighbor's property. And so that's really, the attorney can answer that question, but I thought you guys had resolved that you were just going to change that, and that was why we didn't need to resolve that issue.
I understood it that we were supposed to get opinion on it because, like I said, I was not a lawyer.
Right.
So I don't know.
You can't, by ordinance, give somebody their neighbor's property. So if an ordinance is on somebody else's property, the fact that it doesn't have a permit does not make it lawful on the neighbor's property. The person on whose property the fence exists still has a claim for an incursion of property against the person who put the fence on the property. It's a separate question from the issue of whether or not it was it otherwise complied with the town's zoning ordinance.
Correct. And I was more along the lines of an established fence line because it would be grandfathered in. So if a neighbor had one and then he found out it was, he wouldn't be able to reconstruct his fence and move it. He would just be without a fence because it was built on his neighbor's And so there's no clause for that.
What you're interested in seeing, I just want to make sure I understand, and then the zoning administrator can weigh in. I think I hear you saying that what you'd like to see is that if somebody has a fence that's illegal because it's on their neighbor's property for whatever reason, and they have to take it down because it is on their neighbor's property, that they should, and it happened more than 10 years ago, that they should be allowed to put up a fence on their own property to replace the fence that had to come down because it was unlawfully on the neighbor.
Yeah, I mean, it's like one of 30 different scenarios that you can run through, and that's why I think that it did not have the amount of work there, and it's going to create more of a burden. There's also, I heard that there was a whole list of people in wait to get a fence that's not allowed to get a fence. I just think that it's not ready.
There are always various scenarios that can happen with any ordinance. Zoning ordinances are not designed to imagine every possible scenario, while we try to imagine many scenarios. The issue of whose property the fence is on is not regulated by zoning, because all zoning can say is, I give you a permit to construct this on your property. Now, if you violate the permit and construct it on your neighbor's property, unless the town is going to go and have a survey, which the town is not, right? Unless it's egregious and obvious, the town can say you built that on your neighbor's property, then the town is not going to get involved. If it's 2 inches over, then the neighbors are going to have their surveys, and they're going to have to deal with that as a civil matter. And so each individual fence issue, when it comes to neighbor disputes, will have to be handled as a civil matter. The town will never permit someone to construct on someone else's property. And so I'm hoping that answers the question.
Right, but we're establishing a fence line, and we're regulating, governing a fence. So fence line.
How are we?
So if, for example, if a neighbor's, it is assumed and perceived that their side yards, which constitute the majority of their fence line, is not on their property. And nobody's mad, but then part of their back fence gets broken, and they don't have any fences because the two side fences are on their neighbor's property, and they just have it connected. They can't fix their fence.
They just have to come and get a permit.
Yeah.
If it was a grandfathered in and they only had a section of fence, they wouldn't have the fence line on their property to allow for that.
What is this? I'm sorry, because we're still in the, we're not even to the actual thing to make a motion to vote on it yet. But I think we're still in the town administrator's report.
Yeah.
So I think it might make more sense that if there is an idea of how to fix this and there is a motion to put in, then we can do it at that time, or we can vote it down if it's not ready to move forward yet. But we pretty much are having this conversation again from last week. We did, I do see lawfully existing fences constructed prior to here. So there have been some changes. And I think Councilman Duval did a great job last week with really going through this and having some ideas and things that he wanted to be taken care of. But I think while we're still in the town administrator's report, this is starting to become something really like Twilight Zone-ish to me.
If I can
Thank you, Anthony.
quickly clarify that we can never allow anyone to build anything on anyone else's property, even if it means they can't repair their existing fence because it's on the neighbor's property.
Makes sense. Come on.
Since we're on the town administrator's report, I have a question. The zoning work you're doing. I know you're working with ADUs.
Yes.
And I heard you say you're having trouble getting somebody to conduct a parking study. So My question to you and the town administrator is, what have you done to get a parking study in place? And have you put out an RFP? And are you going to have a parking study before we let parking become a problem in our neighborhoods?
So with regard to ADUs, the parking study was defined by the legislature, which means that most firms that do parking studies don't actually have the capacity in-house to perform part of the function. And therefore, they're not really able to do it. Now, a lot of different jurisdictions have come up with creative ways to solve that problem and create a parking study that complies, that can be produced if we need to go kind of the quick and dirty route, if you will. We can do that. We would like to have a comprehensive parking study because you have other parking issues. And I have had one firm say, okay, we can contract out this piece and we will get you a quote, but they just haven't done it yet because they have to contract out that piece. But it's just a matter of, it's not something they normally do because it was designed by the legislature.
So what I would say is, we've been talking about the fact that we need a parking study for this EDU thing. And then the problem is, if we don't have the parking study, then we are limited in how we can protect those areas from being overrun by traffic.
Right.
So the implied task is to do the forecasting and get everything in place for that parking study to be facilitated financially and physically in time. That's my comment.
Yes.
I mean, I've discussed parking studies. I actually had a plan, met with the mayor, town administrator, public works administrator. I was told that there was going to be a parking study before we changed any zoning, before we did anything, because I said that if we have the water park opening and if we don't address parking now in this year, we're going to really get in a jam. I had proposed a budget, I had proposed a thing, and that got shot down. Now I'm hearing they're not even able to do a parking study, and we're talking about moving and changing, and we want to downzone this place and downzone that place because we can't allow for parking. I mean, we have our roads and streets allow for certain widths, and because the town's not there, we can have off-street parking. We're not even addressing it. So we're going to say, we didn't make the roads that way, so we'll just downzone it because the road's not wide enough.
Okay. I have two questions, or question and statement. One, to do the parking study, is that in the current budget that we would have like the money to do that, or do we need to ensure that that's, Dan, you're shaking your head no?
I don't recall any money put into the current budget or the fiscal year 27 budget for that. I don't ever recall that as being an ask.
Okay.
And that's because I haven't been able to get a quote.
Right. Okay. So we'll have to address that at some point in time. Okay. An amendment of some sort too. Good. But that's a good call, Lori. The second piece is I just want to be very transparent on and we've talked about this. The Planning and Zoning Committee, or whatever they do, is a body that informs and provides an opinion and a perspective. The council adopts the legislation. So, I am not currently. I have not been in any discussions with anybody on council. I don't know if maybe you guys have, but I have not been in any discussion with any council member about downzoning any single piece of property or doing anything. I know that there's a lot of questions about comprehensive. I know Lori's extremely familiar with the comprehensive plan, but I know planning and zoning is doing stuff. I know the only thing that I've asked for is to simplify and modernize. Now that could be perceived as vague or challenging at the same time. But I do want to be very clear that I've heard a couple people say that because planning and zoning is looking at something that is actually occurring. That does not occur until either 4 votes say yes or 3 votes in the mayor. So that is, but I just want to be very cautious that because it's not Sarah, our planning and zoning administrator, who is like doing this, and planning and zoning can have all the discussions they want. They could talk this to death. in the way
Correct, but
it's
they're quoting the stuff that we gave them and saying that's what we told them to do. So there's a misunderstanding that's happening. So instead of us all just waiting for the misunderstanding, we can address it here. That's saying we're not asking to downzone the RV1 and RV2. We're not asking to downzone and change the zoning. So we are making sure there is we're not going to miscommunicate, because what the planning and zoning is doing, if we're not paying attention to what that is, this is our opportunity to not waste their time, so we don't have fence ordinance that don't make no sense.
Yeah, okay, but you got to be cautious with, you can say that, but
quoting us.
Well, they can quote us all they want. Like, a lot of people quote us. A lot of people misquote us.
Quoting us on the work that they're doing, I'm trying to address the misunderstanding. This is that opportunity.
If I can clarify, because what you just said is, you said to simplify and modernize.
Yeah.
You said to simplify and modernize, and you asked for a vote to support that. So that is the council directing the planning commission to simplify and modernize the land use table and the conditions and special exceptions. And yes, that is maybe a little vague, right? And so we are trying to do the best we can with that, and we are also trying to make sure everything has a legal basis, because there are discrepancies between the map and the text in the comprehensive plan. We need to be consistent with the comprehensive plan, but there's two different pieces that say different things. And the goal that we keep focusing on is simplify and modernize. And so I guess I would ask if the council has a different goal, if they want to communicate that. Or, I mean, with the map, this is the thing about the map, is that it's going to come from planning and zoning, and it's going to come in front of you wherever it is. And it still hasn't gone to GIS. And I keep harping on this because it's very important. The process of how we change the map is as important as the final result. And that's because everything that is zoned on that map has to have a logical reason that is defendable for how it is zoned. And so if we don't go through the process and explain that, especially with inconsistencies in the comprehensive plan, it creates legal challenges for us. And so that's why I'm really making us go through the process. The map got pulled in because we can't create simple text because there's an issue with the RV1 and RV2. And the simplest way to fix it is to fix it on the map. And so I don't know if we're misunderstanding the direction, but I hope if we are, we can get some clarity on that.
So I would say I will still stand by simple, because we and you were reading text earlier today, and I have no clue what I was saying. Like, I like chat GPT it just to make a actual understanding of the text. I think to your point though, we do need to have, if there is a gap in communication, we need to close the gap. So I think let's put it forward, and if that's your challenge, and I agree, like, I'm not for like any downzoning now, because I don't even understand why we're downzoning, right? Like, if we're gonna have any of those anything like that, we'd have honest conversations about it. I mean, like, let's just close the gap through like an email, either to Similia to engage the planning and zoning to maybe clarify, we need to have a conversation, and we can do what we did before, where we, what did we do? What was the actual terminology we did?
Yeah, so it needs to be a vote. So there's a couple things. There's this thing in process, right? Which is that you gave them 6 months. They did ask for an extension. They did get significant change.
Well, that was only for 3 things, though. It was for the home occupation, ADUs, and was it rentals?
No, it was actually, so the direction, I went back and looked, because we kept saying, like, what are we being asked to do? The direction was simplify and modernize the land use table and the conditional uses and special exception uses.
Okay.
And it's the modernize that's created, and simplify really, that's created a whole repeal and replace of those things, because in order to make them clearer, simpler, easier to follow,
Okay.
We needed to change the whole table.
So the president of the planning and zoning puts together the agenda, is that correct? I'm looking at you because you were on planning and zoning.
Yes, that's
Is correct? Yeah, so then I would say then we probably, maybe then to help them, we could have a conversation on what aligns to it and whether that does, I don't know. I think it just sounds like we need to have just a chat. Obviously, maybe it could be a public discussion because you can't have too many people in a room, but without it being in public.
Okay, so
So I would say that if we're doing zoning, that we need a entire work session where we change anything.
Yeah, I'm not looking to change anything. I
Multiple,
just
actually,
wanna-
with this.
that's-
Yeah, at least, but sometimes we're scraping at the barrel here for any time at all on important issues.
So you can just wait for zoning to give it to you, right? And then, so that's kind of how the process typically goes. You ask zoning to do it, zoning gives it to you, comes to you, and then we're going to go through it, just like planning and zoning did. And you're going to want to make changes, and I'm going to help you make those changes or advise you that something needs to stay because of a legal issue, and the attorney will also confirm that and advise on that. So it's not, the process is not done. The process is working as it's designed to work to encourage maximum engagement of public and appointed and elected officials.
So, and I'm sorry to have you
Sorry.
standing there so long.
okay.
I care. I just want to swerve back for you and the town administrator. Is there anything that we can assist in or any planning or anything we can do about getting the parking study done? Because we have to have this ADU thing wrapped up very soon. So what can we do, or what kind of decisions do we have to come on a consensus of as far as the council is concerned to help move this forward?
I will say if we get to
'Cause I like
really
down
the
and
end of
dirty. What's down
June
and dirty?
and we don't have anything, if this one firm isn't able to produce anything reasonably priced, we can produce something fairly quick in-house that will meet the requirements of the legislation around ADUs, which is
Okay.
different than the parking study you want, right? You want a parking study to look at Kellums and just like all your general parking.
Right.
That's not tied to the ADU. The ADU, the legislators gave 4 items that had to be considered in that parking study.
And they didn't give us a list of people we could get it done with, huh?
Well, those items aren't things that are normally studied
Right.
by people. So that's the trick.
okay.
And as more people are producing these, and especially like counties, I'm starting to see some other options that could be put together relatively quickly if we have to. And then you still do want a parking study, right? So it's just different things and different needs, and there's a lot, and it's all confusing. So I understand that.
So, and since they're, I'm sorry, go ahead.
What I would add to that is you're trying to meet the two kind of separate desires, but they're related, right? So the reality is that the state legislator pushed this, and there's a time limit on it. So there are certain things that, like in June, the work session, part of it is going to be the ADU discussion, right? And so because it has to be in effect by October 1.
Right.
That's part of the reason why we have to move quickly on this. So it's possible, if it's the will of the council, to phase the work, right? Like if we're not able to get a reasonable quote for a parking study that fits the parameters of the legislation that's coming down, to do this more crude approach to a parking study in order to meet the requirements of the legislation, so that we can move forward and have that in place by October 1, and then phase that budget appropriately once we have a quote back for what it would cost to do a traditional parking study, and do that larger effort later. But ideally we'd be able to do it in one foul swoop, but it doesn't seem like it's shaking out that way, and we have to wait till we hear back from the consultants.
And for the sake of my fiscally responsible council members, do we even have an idea what it might cost?
I did ask them for that range, and I was hoping to have it today, but they
Well, they
didn't
just
have
don't
it
want
to
any
me
money,
today.
do they?
Yeah.
They don't, okay.
No.
It's free.
So we're going to discuss ADUs without the benefit of a parking study, is what I'm hearing?
So the Planning and Zoning Commission sent you ADUs last night. I haven't sent it to you because,
Right,
it was
so
last
they
night.
discussed it without the benefit of a parking study. Now, we're going to discuss it without the benefit of a parking study. To me, it's a problem.
I agree, it is a problem. It's just that we have a timeline, and so we have
Right,
to
but we've
work
known
on ideal.
about the timeline, and this again goes back to the
Right, and-
applied task and putting us in situations that are not ideal.
Right, and if I was able to get a parking study response earlier, I would have. I am sorry that I wasn't.
I have no choice but to accept that answer.
Right.
All right. Next. Still in here?
You all good?
Any more questions on sign or fences?
On the splitting.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
All right, we're going to move on to the town treasurer report.
Dan.
Thank you, Mayor. You have a copy of my report in your packets. Answer any questions that you have on that. I did want to touch base on one item, which I included a copy of the bond amortization schedule from the issuance of the bonds for the water park. This kind of spells out the rate that we got and the amount of the bond. So as you recall, we were issuing $5.9 million in bonds for the water park. The bonds actually sold at a premium, which means people paid more for the bonds than what the face value was of them. So if you look at the very top of the sheet that I gave you, the amount of the bonds that we actually issued were $5,446,060 instead of 5.9. So that is the amount of money that we need to pay back. The purchasers of the bonds, as I said, paid a premium, so they paid $552,000 more than what the face value of the bonds were, and that is because the bonds were favorable in the market. They are tax-exempt bonds, so people paid more for those bonds than the face value. So therefore, we benefit from that. So the actual proceeds from the sale of the bonds were $5,998,000. That's the amount of money that the town received. We did have to pay back to the CDA, the Community Development Administration, which are the ones that issued the bonds, for all of the issuance costs of $98,602. So the net loan proceeds to us, the amount of cash that we have, is the $5.9 million that we were looking for. So that was a good thing. If the bond sold at a discount, we would have been, borrowing basically more than the 5.9. So as you look down at the amortization schedule, you could see that the total principal amount in the first column, $5,446,000, is the amount that we'll be paying over the 15 years of the bond. And you could see the interest and trustees' fees, et cetera, associated with that. The actual interest rate on the bonds was 3.94%, so it was pretty much in line with what we were anticipating when you decided to go out to borrowing. So that's the only item that I wanted to touch base on, but I'd be glad to try to answer any other questions you have on any other parts of the report.
So this is, we scheduled for 15 years, but at 10 years, we can pay it off. So we can amortize this for what a 10-year payment structure is.
I believe when Charlie Day, the administrator for the program, was here, there are no prepayment provisions allowed in the documents in the bond.
I thought he said that it was 10 years, you had to at least have it for 10 years, and then after the 10th year, you could pay it off.
I'll confirm that. I don't remember that.
That would be more typical, that there is a period of time during which you cannot pay it off, and then you can.
Yeah, I think you're right, though. I think it was 10 years.
Okay. I'll send them an email and ask them to confirm that, and I'll send out a response to everyone.
Yeah, so, and then we could look at a 10, if we based our payment on 10 years, what that would look like.
Prepay.
You can't prepay, it was 10 years.
You have to pay the payment for 10 years, and then you could pay it off.
Is that how it is?
lump sum.
Okay,
You can't prepay.
okay. Is that, yeah.
Thank you, Dan.
You're welcome.
If there are no more questions for the town treasurer, we can move to the Public Works report.
So you have my report. I'll take any questions, but there was two things I wanted to mention in addition to my written report, but I'll take questions first if there is any.
Nope.
Okay, well, there may be after I say this. That on the first page, one thing notable, and I do want to say it because someone will probably sit here one day and say, we need new generators throughout town, but our newest generator is not even a year old. It's at Bayview Hills. And if you read my report, it's failed 3 times when we've needed it. So that picture is we had to install our backup portable dry pine while that generator was offline. And my point is the newer generators have PLCs, they have emissions, they have DEF fluid, they have a lot of things that I cannot override, which I can in our older generators, which we have some that are 30 years old now, which is about 5 years past their life. So I'm giving you some logic. I may come here one day and say we need a new generator here because I'm going to run them till death. And the reason being is they're dinosaurs, but they work. We can override them. And this generator runs and it exercises like all the other generators, but it doesn't actually go under load until we have a power failure. And that's when it fails the moment we need it. So we're in the middle of the night running out there with a dry prime. So I'm just mentioning that to the council because if you look at my 5-year plan, I'm replacing generators with dry primes. They're an actual pump. They fall under different emission regulations and they have different standards and they're way easier to work on. Multiple mechanics I could call to fix them, where this particular generator is like 2 techs that can service the circuit board in the area. So anyway, I just want to pass that on. Second thing notable is Verizon phone company came to town with a permit application to install fiber throughout the entire town. We're currently under review with the attorney and the town administrator looking at their rights. You know, there's public right-of-ways. They have certain things that are different than IQ Fiber as far as a public entity, right? They're a public entity, Verizon. But that's under review. I wanted to just mention that because they're in the process of submitting that permit as we speak. And so did that arise any other questions?
I have one question.
Sure.
On the front of your report, it says, we are aware of a failed sewer line that will be repaired in the fall. So my question is, I'm sure that you have made a workaround. I have no doubt about that. So.
Sure. So this is, and the reason, and so it's budgeted in next year's budget because it's substantial, it's an anomaly. And due to its closeness up against state highway, it's going to involve a prolonged permit process, which I've already started. But the incident that, I'm going to say the straw that broke the camel's back is we actually had sewer water spill into a resident's house. It was an isolated incident and we're dealing with it. So we are now aware of a problem that we can't have happen again. I'm going to take measures, and it's going to be a coordinated effort with state highway and expensive. We're going to have to shut down a road. It's not in this year's budget, but is in next year's budget under the utility fund, and it will be fixed. In the interim, we have taken measures to ensure nothing will happen until we get it fixed.
What road is it on?
It's on F Street. And it's F Street as you go up 260 leaving town on the left. It's kind of a dead-end road across from the F Street, probably most people are familiar with, that's on the right. And it's literally at the white line on 260. So you have the island there. It's going to involve a lane closer, a shutdown. It's going to be a project that I have to coordinate with State Highway.
The sewage issue is being taken care of right now?
We have I'm going to call it a temporary bypass method while we work forward with this project.
Okay, that's main thing I wanted to hear.
Yes.
I heard it.
And I know you got my message that I'm going to make a motion about the saddles. I'll just go ahead and ask you now, that saddle that I hope to have removed from the general fund, where is it, and why is it in the general fund, and do we need it? Because I understand your perspective of you don't want your guys working all night. You don't like to be surprised. I get all that. From my perspective, when you do life cycle capital improvements too quickly, you're burning through money. And I'm in trainings on this all the time about IT stuff. But I guess the most relevant example that I get is you drive an $80,000 truck that you need to drive for work, and it has a life cycle of 5 to 8 years, and you just had a baby. And so if you replace it every 5 years, the end of 20 years, you've done it so many times, and you have this much money left for college. But if you are able to stretch that out 8 years, now you're paying for college for your new baby with ease. And so that's what I'll say about the life cycle things and why I would like to see that removed. And that is in addition to my feeling that it is the mismanagement of the utility fund being buoyed by the general fund that is going to create life cycle costs for general fund needs. And it also is going to make us less likely to do general fund services and projects that we should be doing. And I know everybody understands my feeling about the safety issue in Chesapeake Village. So now that I've said my spiel, tell me about your saddle.
Sure. So a couple things. And one, I think I promised or mentioned that I would share a PowerPoint with the council that I did with the last administration and how we so it's multiple saddles. And I did a show and tell, and I did a bunch of stuff. I totally get the life cycle, and I'll tell you how I can express that. You look at state, SHA, they have 5 years for their vehicles. County, 7. We have 10. So you look at the difference. We would have 20 trucks for Public Works in 100 years, where we have 10. It's half. So I get it. If you can extend it 2 years, the cost savings is exponential. So I totally get the process. The only thing here is there's value in that truck, and you trade it in or you sell. It doesn't go to complete failure. Here, this PowerPoint I will share shows this thing is going to fail. We've done the tests. We know where the next ones are. We've test pit all around town. We paid a firm $18,000 that came out and did a 2-month study, soil samples, captured everything, and suggested, here's what you should do. Here's how, the proactive way. In this PowerPoint, it shows the cost. We took 10 random samples, 10 that failed, 10 that we proactively fixed, and it's 3-to-1 cost-wise. If it fails, you have a big hole in the road, you have emergency resources, you have people offline, you have twice the material you bring back, the patch in the road is 3 times the size, so the cost is 3-to-1 proactive versus reactive, beyond all the safety features. I need to share that, it'll be more informative. So in other words, I know these are going to fail. The ones that we did proactive, we've learned that 10% of them have already failed. So the water was leaking out. We just didn't see it come out of the road. It had made its way to a stormwater easement. It made its way to a sewer line. One thing I did learn in our audit to show you, I'm going to show those are known costs. We get audited by MDE, and when I took over, we produced X amount of water for the town. I'll share that in my PowerPoint. Actually, it isn't a PowerPoint. So when I took over the supervisor of the potable water system, we actually produced more water before Chesapeake Village was built the Heritage was built than we do today. And that was due to all the leaks that were in Richfield Station that we didn't really know. So we actually produced around 120 million gallons less than we did almost 15 years ago. So there's other costs that you don't really see a dollar sign for, but they were out there. So I didn't bring it with me because I was going to get asked tonight, but it's 141 more saddles total. Most of them are in Richfield Station, the areas that we didn't do. Some of them are in Bayview Hills, Main Drive, and the bottom are from the Loris Court out on Moffett. Those are all kind of built in the same time frame. If you look at my PowerPoint, during the late 90s to the early 2000s, there was like an inferior steel across the U.S. That's where all these saddles were made out of. And that product, it wasn't a bad installation. It wasn't something that in Richfield Station, there were a lot of subpar things that were done, and we've captured those. But this was just globally, the steel was bad, and we're suffering from it because of our diatomaceous soil. So I know that's a whole lot of spiel, but I do want to say that it's not just safety. It's cost effective to do them up front. We can time it. We turn off water at 9 o'clock. We have it back on at 3. We do 3 a day, and we're doing it for 1/3 of the cost of after the fact, and it's planned. But how it got out of the general fund, how I was asking for that, the ARPA fund, which was not ARPA funds when we got it because it was spent and then we did it. The town granted $1.5 million then, and I'll look with Dan, we only spent 1.3. So in my mind, I was like, hey, we have this ARPA money left over that we never spent. And that's why I said take it from the ARPA money, but I understand the ARPA money doesn't exist the way I understand it now.
So you're saying that you spent 1 million out of the 1.5 million that was allocated by the previous administration for the saddles?
That's the way I understand it, yes.
Okay. There's another. I would prefer, if that's the case, that we reflect it that way in the utility fund, and we make that a habit, that we are reflecting utility costs in the utility fund, because the misrepresentation of what those costs are make it very hard to budget and to project.
I can appreciate that.
I would hope that we would see in the future, when it comes to us, utility costs in the utility fund, so that we can properly budget and plan for all the other things that a town needs to do. And then also, so we know what to charge our developers. I think the developers are responsible for a lot of utility costs when they come in and do development. Capital connections and burden on the system that is caused by high users. So that's my spiel. I will make a motion to remove it. It doesn't mean that I don't, believe you or understand what you're saying. And we aren't doing the utility fund now, so let's come back in to a fund. But just so you understand.
No, I appreciate
that's what
that.
I'm doing that.
Understood.
So I think there might be some common ground, so you don't have to repeat yourself every, you know what I mean? It's, you hear things, and then as stories come together, you kind of can see a way. So you said 5-year plan. You have a 5-year plan for the generators, right? Well, why don't we have a 5-year plan provided to us for the town that has all these things there? We could have a 5-year plan for getting in compliance with our water and sewer manual. We could have a 5-year plan for the saddle replacements. We could have a 5-year plan for the infrastructure replacement and preservation so that things like F Street don't happen. There's common ground here, and I think the burden's on you. You got to give us that. You can't say, I got a 5-year plan. Where's that plan at? You got to produce that to us. So I think there is some sort of headway here, so we can.
Well, I will just say, and I'll share it with you. There's always been a plan. We hired a firm to do a plan. The entire plan was almost $14 million for the water and sewer system. When we did 3 of them, I can give you the rest of it if you want to do it. I would love to. That's almost a 15-year-old plan now.
Well, ignoring it, I think that's what she's getting at. I mean, she's saying every month she's talking about it. I think there's something here. So if you're saying you have a $14 million plan that's 15 years old.
It wasn't my plan. It was an engineering firm.
If you're saying that there's a $14 million plan that's 15 years old, maybe the councilwoman has a point here.
I think the idea here is that we want to be proactive instead of reactive.
I'm all about it.
Right.
Believe
So we just need to figure out how to get there.
Hold on. I'm gonna defend Jay here for a second because he's not a magician that just can mind read whatever 5-year plan that we want produced like at the moment. So I think it goes to Alyssa's point earlier. Like if you need something in advance, reach out. I think Laura brings up a valid point. You have a question. If you want to see the 5-year plan, okay, he's got it. He can take it for note and he can send it to us. But I'm actually of a different perspective. I don't want you producing a 5-year plan for every single thing because then you'll never do work. You'll just do bureaucratic paper writing. And I would prefer Public Works is doing Public Works. I do think that there's I'm speaking. I think that there's a
Who would you prefer do that?
I'm not saying that. No, let me say it. I'm not saying that.
Finish, please.
I'm just
Jamie
saying
has the
that
floor.
the point being made here is we are attacking our public works administrator for not having a plan for every single thing that we think of off the fly. You didn't say that. I'm just saying it out loud. Like you have to give him an opportunity to produce the information. If you want it, ask for it, but you cannot go in with the presumption that he is just going to produce it for you at will. Where I'm saying is I don't care for actions where somebody's trying to assume and prepare for stuff that's not been asked for because that is wasted time. If something comes in and asks, then absolutely I would expect that is delivered.
Okay, let me just
So
clarify
hold on.
really quickly.
That's not what I heard that I was chiming where I was hearing the middle ground. Where I was hearing the middle ground is he mentioned that there's a 5-year plan that he has in place for the generator replacement. That makes sense to me. That's how things work.
Yes.
And then he says he has other plans in place. So if we were able to itemize and have a priority, if there's a report, he's saying that there's a 5-year plan for that. More than likely, he's saying there's a plan, so we should see what that plan is so we can budget accordingly and things don't get ignored.
That's what he's doing right now. He's putting things in here saying this is the 5-year plan. He's giving us a report right now. When we listen to him every third Thursday and pay attention and read what he gives us, that's the report. And those reports are the plans. And he can give us any insight needed when we have questions on those things. So what's being asked for is, in a sense, being done. If there's a question about where the money comes from or how the money goes, that's not really just you. But as far as the procedure, what needs to be done, what has to be done, and how it's going to be done, that is what he's presenting to us right now. So I don't want us to swerve all over the place because we have other reports to get, but I will say that we do have a 5-year plan for the generator. It seems like the saddle work has been going on before we even got up here. There has been studies and so on and so forth, and those things are things that we can get a hold of and take a look at. If there's anything else that may need to come up after that, let's talk about it later.
So
wait a minute. And I want to respond to this because I worked with Jay previously when I served before. I think I hired you, didn't I?
It was a little prior to that. Gerald did.
Gerald did, okay. So, but at any rate, there is so much involved in being the superintendent of public works in this municipality. And it's like you're being shot at from every direction. Okay, I mean, I'm not saying by people, I'm saying by events that happen. And there's a lot that Public Works has to react to, and they don't have a choice. But some things, they did, the saddle replacement, I was in the Public Works building on a number of occasions when I saw the saddles that had been removed, and they were, how tall was that pile? About 8 or 10 feet, wasn't it? I mean, there were saddles in there, and all of this takes people, it takes time, it takes money. There's always more to do than we have the resources to do, and you have to pick and choose. But I'm not going to allow a whole lot of criticism of Jay, only because I've worked with him for a long time, and compared to everybody that I worked with who preceded him, this man right here does the best job of any of them. And so I don't want to hear a whole lot of complaints about Jay himself. Now, the situation, what we can do as a council to provide the resources that are needed, I think that's appropriate. But I don't want to hear criticism of the staff, especially in this case.
So what we're saying, hold on. So what we're saying is.
You're next.
So
I'll follow up at the end.
So Jay, we have a paving report, right? I know we've discussed the saddle replacement report. What I'm saying is, I believe having them reports as an annual report going into budget would provide a nice, so we have an annual projection. I think that's what would be best. So we say, this is what we're doing next year and the following year. I think that's a good common ground, is what I'm hearing. So it's not an allegation saying that. I'm saying there's some common ground for us to find. And inside of a budget time, that's a good thing to have a summarized review.
And it's the council, this government's responsibility to provide the resources for these people to do their job.
I'll just follow it real quick. And I don't take any of it as criticism. Okay. I don't take any of it as criticism. I don't take any of it personally. I live in town. You know what I mean? And I've been here a long time. And with all due respect, I've seen all these players change. And I've dealt with many administrations, many mayors, and I'm comfortable where I'm at. Don't worry about it. You're not going to hurt my feelings. And then we have the same goals. But so what I do is I come with this, hey, we got to do these saddles because it's a fire. I see it. It's a tick. I hear it. Tick, tick, tick. There's a lot of lower ticks out there. I could share them all with you. If you gave me $10 million, I could justifiably spend it today. But I sit here and watch the council for 6 months argue over not raising the water bills. So do you want me to come in the middle and say we need $10 million? So I'm trying to find, I'm going to fix what's a ticking time bomb. There are 100 different things we could do. Trust me, I'm going to share the report with you. It's recognized, it's out there. So what we do, I work for the town and there's situations, how can we minimize this? How can we get by without doing it? Well, we can jet this line more often. We've recognized, hey, this line's flat. They recognize it's flat. Well, you're not going to spend $8 million to fix it. What's the fix? Well, instead of jetting it once a year, we jet it 6 times a year, right? So it's a minimal cost now, but we're handling it. So it's like, to me, that's a low priority. Something that's going to fail and blow on the road is a higher priority. Last thing I'll mention is I do have a 5-year plan for the entire utility fund. Dan has it. It's part of the record. So I mentioned generators tonight. They're on that plan, and I'm replacing them with a dry prime pump. So there's 2 that are going to hit 30 years old. They're on that list in my 5-year plan. And I was just kind of mentioning, they may fail tomorrow. So my 3-year lookout to replace it, I may say, hey, look, I know I had it planned on this year, but I need it now. And I'm telling you, I'm running them past 5 years past their life already because I like them, because I can fix them and they work. I can override a sensor on these new ones, and I'll just share an analogy. We all have a car, and maybe when you were younger, you had a chance to work on it. You're taking your car to the dealership now, right? Because you don't even know how it works. Right. And they might not even have the person there that knows how that part is broke. This generator is that tenfold. It's under emission standards that are putting diesel fuel at 15,000 PSI to aspirate it before it burns to meet 99.9% efficiency. And you don't have to know the physics. I do. Diesel fuel is a different animal. These things, if one little thing's off, it doesn't run, and you cannot override it. And now the power's out, and you got sewer coming up. So I'd rather have what I know works and I can fix it. That's just one analogy. And I was just mentioning it. But I do have a 5-year plan. Everything I think is a ticking time bomb is in that plan. Dan has it. There may be things I'm not aware of that come up, and I'll come here, and I will say this. Every administration, every council I've dealt with, if I came in here and said, look, we really got a problem, it's news to me, I need this to fix it, they've always found a way. So, but I want to make upfront, sure, so you guys know when you have to make decisions, I don't take any of it personally. You do what you think's right, I'll do what I think's right. I like objective criticism. You know, it's like, hey, I can learn, I'm not perfect. Don't ever be shy to mention it. I
think we're on a 5-year plan for this meeting.
Well, we are, but I
Longer.
it may be, but I wanted to say how I felt. You know what I mean?
And I think that's the middle ground. So, I mean, I think this puts us to rest.
Okay.
Maybe.
One thing that was brought up to my attention and a question raised to me personally is was the capital connections. Someone said that they looked at the properties and it was a confusing story. So so in the budget there was some capital connections that were maybe on Elm Street or something like that. Right. They said something about the property had septic system. It seemed like it was in the water. It was a mess of a story. Could you clarify that?
I can probably answer that real quick. I think it's a very tough build. I do know the builder that bought the properties built 2 houses on Elm Street very similar. These are way more difficult, but I was asked, are there any possibilities? These are 2 that I know that could happen. Do I think they will happen in this year's budget? It'll be tight if they do, because there's a lot of restraints to build on that property, but it can be done because it's been done before. So they said, are any going to happen? There's 2 that could. The property was bought by the same builder, but there's a lot of hurdles to jump through to even do it.
I'm just relaying the message. I don't know much about it, but there's a septic system there or something?
Yeah, there's homes in town that are still on septic.
Oh, yeah, there's a number. There's a number of them.
Well, with some, I think it's holding tanks or something like that in, was it Chesapeake or was it the Highlands?
But that's not in the town.
Well, some of it's in the town.
Yeah.
Some of the failed septics in the Highlands have holding tanks now. That's an after the fact. But there are areas within town that didn't, they were, according to the sewer manual, not within 500 foot of a town road, so they weren't required at the time to get their
And this is one of the building lots?
There's 2 of them.
Oh, so they have a septic system.
There's no house there currently. They're empty lots.
Okay, let's move on.
Sure.
Next, we'll go to the wastewater treatment plant. Because I think this is going to be brief.
Oh, it can be.
I'm counting on it because we got folks that have been waiting back here very patiently for about 2 hours now.
All right, so just want to do a follow-up from the work session for Councilman Duvall. You had a question about the handrail thing that we're going to be voting on this evening. You were questioning how long the pricing is going to be good for. When this goes out, there's going to be an agreement that gets sent out to the contractor for the project, and it has the cost in there from the bid that they're going to sign off on. It has a 90 days for completion. So the cost that was bid is, I'm fairly certain, is what's going to be on that agreement.
Anybody got any questions? Anything any highlights you want to give us in 30 seconds?
Yeah, I can go pretty quick. Just to give some updates on a few things from my report. Kroger Electric completed the replacement of the wiring for each of the basin actuators. They did that on May 12th. That was where we were showing ground faults and issues with the insulation. The electrical work was relatively old. Got all that work completed. We're all good to go on that. IMAX did some emergency work for us on the 12th. We had a failure with a VFD for a belt filter press. We notified them on May 12th. We let them know at 1 o'clock. Actually, on May 11th, we notified them at 1 o'clock. They were actually able to have that work done by noon on May 12th. So they're able to source the VFD, get down here and get that replaced well before end of the day the following day. And their offices are actually located 30 minutes south of Pennsylvania state line. So just shows the quality work that they do for us. One thing I definitely want to note, one of our trainees, Eric Montgomery, he took the wastewater 5A certification exam on May 13th. He's made multiple attempts so far this year, and he did pass the exam finally, which will allow him to be promoted up to a full operator. That will get it to where we have two operators to plant in addition to myself and the assistant superintendent.
That's really good news.
Good news. Congratulations to him.
So now
Yeah,
I looked to the other guys, I said, your turn, get it done.
Yeah, but
So-
please pass the council's congratulations
Will do.
along to them.
Will do. Just want to note that the current passing rate for that exam right now, it's about 13% for the
Wow.
state. That is how difficult that exam is. So,
Well, it certainly takes a lot of skill to do what you all do.
What's the reimbursement for that? What is that?
reimbursement.
So is there an exam cost? How does that education?
We get no reimbursement for cost for the exams.
But we pay for those, right?
Yes, we do.
We pay for the
those.
employees.
You're asking, that's correct.
Okay, yeah,
And I have that budgeted for multiple exam attempts for the year
once-
in our line item.
Once he passes the exam, he's eligible for an increase in salary, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So that's, and it's worth it.
So I told him, thank you, you've just messed up my budget for next year. I gotta do all the calculations.
Yeah, I mean, I think you guys have a nice structured, itemized.
It makes it a lot easier for me. I've been doing this for a while, and I found that if you do that, I have a spreadsheet where every year I use the same spreadsheet, and I just got to change certain numbers and everything, and it automatically populates. Makes my job a lot easier. We had our PFAS sampling done the week of May 12th. We're hoping to get the results probably next week. And once we get those, I'll take a look at those results and try and get into a report for y'all that will help clarify what we have going on. We also, just let you know, we have a scheduled routine MDE site inspection for June 4th at 10 a.m. This is a regular routine inspection every year they come in. I welcome them coming in there. The way I look at it, I'm not scared of them coming in. If we have a problem, I'd like to know. That way we can address it. I don't foresee them finding any problems. So, does anybody have any questions?
I have a comment.
Yes, sir.
I really, in my being back about a year and a half now, I'm really happy to see the way that the plant is being operated. I'm very pleased.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Town engineers report. How are you tonight, Wayne?
Good, Mr. Mayor, how are you?
Just another day in paradise.
I can tell. You have my report. I'll just give you a few updates since this was written over a week ago. Chesapeake Village pedestrian connection, the state has reached out to Samilia and I. We will be walking with them the week of 6/9 through 6/16 to look at the new route. That's good news. I guess that means they're considering our grant. The water park, your grading permit was issued today. That's a huge thing.
Oh, that's huge.
That's huge.
Can we say that again?
Can you repeat that a lot? Can you repeat that 2 or 3 times?
The grading permit was issued today.
Fantastic.
They're simply waiting for MDE sign off on the NOI and they can start moving dirt or concrete or whatever is out there to move. We expect your guaranteed maximum price bid sometime in the next week or two. Now that's been issued. They're waiting for some clarification on a couple items. We had a meeting out there earlier this week to discuss the design of the alternate buildings. So that's progressing as well. Beach Elementary School, we will be out there this summer after school lets out with Mid-Atlantic Asphalt to fix the one thing they have to fix on the parking lot and plant 3 shrubs. And I think that project will be closed out. I'm waiting for them to give me a price, but they said it'll be after 6/15. And the rail trail RFP was out. We had a pre-bid meeting, as Samilia said, and today was a close for questions. We received a ton of questions, which we're working on, and we will get the addendum, the meeting minutes, and the questions out early next week. And your bid day is June 4th on that. So that'll take any questions.
Any questions? It all sounds good. Go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, you.
I'm shocked.
For the Cullums master plan here, you have noted that finalize the master plan revisions to address council comments and prepared phasing or phased budget. Is this still? We never saw the revisions or the budget. Are we going to see that, or is this real? Is this the real status?
So I mean, I guess that's from his perspective, yes. But the reality is we've gone back and we've requested a meeting to have some further discussions to do what we talked about at the work session, where we would break it out and provide options and then present the full thing, the budget. Yeah, so it came back high. I guess I'll just it came back high. So I think we owe it to the council to have some additional options, and whether that looks a la carte or, like 1, 2, 3, but something like that.
Kick back to design, basically?
Yeah. Kick back to design, and we need to have some in-person conversations on it.
All right. For the water park, you have the last item, the specific water park report, pre-construction progress meeting scheduled for 5/21. That was today. How'd that go?
We actually had it Tuesday, while we were already here. We were all here at the water park doing the auxiliary building review. We did it on Tuesday instead of today. It went fine. It's basically a conversation about where we are on permits. And as I said, your grading permit was issued today. They're waiting for state health department approval to get their other building permit together, and they're working on that. They're working on their GMP, guaranteed maximum price. They have a pile contractor selected. They're beginning to start thinking about demo now that we have a permit, so it's moving along.
I do have one question.
Go ahead.
Permits that went through were demo and construction were submitted together or separate?
They're together. The permit that was issued today is your grading permit, which allows you to demo and do the new construction. It's all the site work. It's just not the structures.
Oh, I have another.
Not the structures?
Correct. Your building permit would allow you to do structures.
So how is grandfathering going to be approached without?
I think we're past that conversation. I think we're good.
Okay, that's all I want to hear. We're good. I hope I hear that the whole way through.
Yep.
Eric, what else?
Yeah, I had, what was it? Oh, yeah. So is it correct to say that the auxiliary building design scope of this project is separate from the water park construction?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And so is there going to be a separate RFP and that's bid separately?
No, it's part of the RFP that Scheibel bid and accepted. They're just now designing it. So there'll be an RFP for the design of it, yes. But it's all included in the budget we have to date.
Okay.
But it's a separate phase because we wanted to get the water park started because auxiliary buildings can come later. They're not as time sensitive from a construction perspective as the park itself is.
Okay. Because I thought, if I recall, when we were discussing the contract and the budgets, that those auxiliary buildings were not going to be part of the prime contract for the water park.
They are part of it.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
So, I think with the announcement of the parking study, we need to definitely throw a flag up when it comes to how the water park is going to affect parking in an area with any of the design when it comes to Kellums Field. If we have a back to the drawing board type of thing, we need to really make sure we are looking at not making it so there's nowhere to park and everybody's just frustrated us because we don't have a thing in place. Now with the water park, are we getting something, has the owner's rep already been involved here and are we getting a report from him?
The owner's rep is involved. He's working under me and the report summary which I gave you includes his information.
No problem, just making sure. And so he's how much is his involvement now, and what are you expecting his involvement to be throughout?
His involvement now is checking all the contract documents to make sure they're accurate for what we expect. He's also managing the pre-design process with the contractor. He's very, very involved. As we move into construction, their pre-design or pre-construction representative will back out, and their construction representative will pull in. Both of them have been involved in all the conversations to date, and they will be going forward.
Yeah,
But
it was all three of them that showed up, wasn't it?
all three of them.
Yeah.
Right. So two of them are currently involved. One's more involved right now in the design process and making sure the contract documents are correct. He will pull back and give it to the next guy when construction starts.
It sounds like.
But they will both be coordinating it. They're fantastic.
So there's a merge together, to coordinate with you, and you're happy with that?
Yes.
All right, I'm
It's
glad
been-
for that. Glad to hear
It's
that.
been going very well.
I hear that.
Thank you, Wayne. I think we're keeping you pretty busy.
I'm enjoying it.
Well, that's a good thing. And next time you're going to be here during the week, let me know. I'd like to just sit and chat with you for a little bit. Not a special trip, but just sometime when you're going to be here.
No, just one more question, Wayne.
No questions were over.
Well, just
All
one
right,
more.
go ahead, Ori.
It's nothing. It's not controversial.
Easy for you to say.
The last item, the pre-construction survey, the last sentence says the town residents may view the video or photographs of the site. Where can they see that?
I have them in my computer at this point. I think I was supposed to say that town video may see my staff videoing them around the site. That's a typo.
Oh.
So we did one on 521. They're in my computer system. And a pre-construction survey is basically to document existing conditions
Yeah.
in and around the site.
Right.
We're doing another one next week, actually inside the Northeast Community Center. So I think that's a typo. They're in my system. They're for our records, so we can document pre-construction conditions.
Got it. All right, thanks.
Great. Thank you, Wayne. Thanks for everything you're doing.
Are y'all using, like one of the things I use is like Procore and stuff like that in my job. Do y'all have a program like that? Are you?
We do. It's not Procore, but it's a very similar tool.
All right, let's move on. Calvert County Sheriff's Office Department, Sergeant Norton. Norton. Welcome.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
It's good to see you.
Good to see everyone. Everyone got a copy of the town report?
Yes.
All right. For April 2026, the Sheriff's Office handled 159 calls for service, which was slightly down from 176 in March. We had 735 self-initiated activities to include patrol checks, traffic stops, and follow-ups. Of the 159 calls, some of note, we did have a motor vehicle theft in Richfield Station off of Forest Drive. It's a stolen vehicle. The victim left their keys in their vehicle overnight. Someone took it. The vehicle was located the next morning in Lexington Park and taken as evidence to be processed for fingerprints and everything. That investigation is ongoing. But just as a reminder, don't leave your keys in your car. Make sure it's locked up. Did have another package theft on D Street. Didn't have the particulars on what items were in the package other than it was taken. Did have a rear tag stolen from a vehicle on C Street. That tag has since been entered into our national database as stolen. So if any officer comes across it, it has a flag on it to notify us. And we actually have our tag readers at all the ends of the county, ins and outs, and we get notifications daily of stolen tags, stolen vehicles, things that pass through the county, and we do our best to locate those. Had a fraud at the Chesapeake Beach Fast Stop. Subject tried to pass a counterfeit $100 bill. They received change, and then the attendant realized the bill was counterfeit. However, we did locate and arrest that subject. With our heavy traffic enforcement, we had several DUI arrests, traffic arrests related to subjects driving without license, driving on suspended, driving on revoked. Had a couple warrant services from traffic stops and some CDS violations. Had a couple DOPs around the Chesapeake Beach area. Those several of those are ongoing still.
That's destruction of property?
Oh, I'm sorry. I get used to just saying that. Yes, destruction of property.
Okay.
I apologize. Funny story with that, when I worked on the task force with the DEA, I was doing background on a subject I was investigating. And I said, oh, he's only been charged with DOP. And the DEA agent looked at me and goes, oh, what's that? I said, destruction of property. He goes, oh, I thought it was something cool. He was like, I've never heard it referred to as a DOP. So funny story with that. But yeah, sorry, I still do that. Just spout it out because people around the time are used to hearing it. So I apologize for that.
And CDS is controlled dangerous
Controlled
substance?
dangerous substance, anything related to narcotics, prescription medications, anything like that.
Right.
Had several violations of protective orders. If you notice, those that are on there are related. They were one and the same. That subject was also located and arrested, and he was one of the destructions of property, or DOP. I'm sure everyone has questions about the bomb threat that we had at Rod and Reel early April. I did put that in there. That was determined to be nothing. We did respond. We did our due diligence. We had our bomb dog come down. We evacuated the building. Myself, along with several other deputies, we went through the building, took the dog through. Nothing was out of place. We spoke with employees there. Everything checked out okay, and it was allowed to go back to business as usual. So that was handed over to our Criminal Investigations Bureau with our detectives. They followed up on it, determined it was not an actual bomb threat. So, but I still put it in there as that because at the time of the report, that's what we were treating it as such. Any questions?
Any questions, anybody?
I have a few items. Thanks for showing up a little late tonight.
He's been here the whole time.
No. Thank you for showing up. It's a late night.
He's saying it's a late night.
Right.
Yes, it is.
One of the things that brought up in the wintertime around the snow that I wanted to circle back to is there was a few cars I noticed that when you plow, you can see which ones are there or not. There was a car over in Seagate, and it has a flat tire. It has like, I don't know, some out-of-state tags or something like that. I don't think the place is occupied. I don't know. Might be another stolen vehicle now that you brought them up, right?
I can definitely check on that.
It's been sitting there for months. I don't know if it's just left or whatever.
This is the council snitch session.
That, however, if there's nothing wrong with it,
Finder's fee.
I can definitely check on that for you. But if there's nothing wrong with the vehicle, that's a private parking lot, so we wouldn't have that removed necessarily.
Yeah, no, that's where that little stopgap was.
I got that.
When the snow, that was just circling back to that when you mentioned the stolen vehicle.
All right. Okay, well, thank you very much. It's
All right.
always
Thank
good
you,
to
sir.
see you.
I'll be here afterwards if anyone thinks of anything.
Appreciate that.
Thank you for your time.
Can you pick up some pieces since you're going to be here that long?
Or it's the volunteer fire department.
Good evening. Greetings from Chief Stanton, President G. Everybody got the statistical report, I
Yes.
hope. It's been a couple, pretty quiet, actually. We had, I think I told you about, we had a couple of our members going to the state competition for the firefighting out of CTA with the school. Proud to announce that we took the gold medal and the bronze medal in the state. And I call him a kid, but he's not a kid. He's senior this year. He's 18 years old, but he will be going to Atlanta to represent the state of Maryland in the national competition. He was the same one. He went last year on the firefighting side and received the silver medal for the nation.
Wow.
He's got a chip on his shoulder this year, so I'm expecting him to bring home the gold. Unfortunately, they had to move the competition, so he's going to miss out on his being able to walk for graduation and his baseball, high school baseball party and everything, but he's going down there to win, so we're going to wish him luck. We hosted the Parks and Rec, the junior fire camp again. Very well attended. Kids had a lot of fun. We took them up and down rides in the tower, let them look around and everything. One call I'd like to highlight, we had a pretty unusual situation where we actually were able to save somebody with a the basic unit, no paramedic ALS intervention because the medics were tied up. They were out of the area. We didn't have a medic, and we got a call for a unresponsive person. Our safety officer and one of the deputies assigned down here were right around the corner, got there immediately. The citizens were doing CPR on them. The deputy and our member took over. They were able to get an AED, which was located in the building, and actually were able to bring him back and have him talking in the back of the ambulance without any kind of paramedic intervention, which is very unusual to get a basic life support saved like that. But quick CPR by the citizens, and I mean, just perfect situation.
Can I interrupt you for a moment?
Yes, sir.
Many of you know that I've had heart issues, and I was working at PBS over in Springfield, Virginia, and I went down with a cardiac arrest, and 3 of the television broadcasting engineers were in the area with me, and they had an AED, and they resuscitated me, and if it weren't for that, I wouldn't be here. So if you have the opportunity to learn how to use an AED, if we don't have one in the building. We have. Oh, okay, it's okay, all right. Okay, all right, so good, the town's prepared, but I would just say that, I'm personally very grateful for the invention of the AED and for the teaching of the people that know how to use it and had the skill and the will.
Yeah, and it just goes to show that quick CPR it makes the difference.
It does.
Yes.
The AEDs now are set up where it's pretty much, they got all the instructions.
They're pretty easy to use. They walk you right through it. Yeah. And they're even a fail safe, so if you're not using it perfectly, like if you don't have perfect pad placement or anything like that, it's still very effective.
Yeah.
Very effective.
We have them at Kellums too?
We have them at all the public buildings and even our private buildings.
Yeah.
And staff is trained on them also.
Yeah, and interestingly, once I had my situation a number of years ago, they even installed one at Chesapeake Church, where we go to church.
Yeah, you've seen them a lot.
I gave them the incentive.
We saw some, for context, comment from you. I know it's not part of the report, but that you submitted from the work session. It was with the work session. We had some memos about the tax credit.
Yes.
I was wondering if you could have that report sent to the Calvert County, like the volunteer firemen, whoever's in charge of the management structure, and sort of if they could sign off or kind of get some insight on it. I might have some legs on that. I just want to make sure we're not undermining the management structure at the county level, just because there are some town residents who don't volunteer in the county, or that in North Beach.
In the town.
In the residents, and we don't want to create a conflicting battle by that.
I can do that, but my answer is if you live in the town and you volunteer somewhere else and you want a tax credit from the town, come join down here.
And that's the absolute point why I wouldn't be in support of it, because then we're undermining their authority. You know what I mean? It wouldn't be for us to get involved in the management structure of how Calvert County has their volunteer program. That's where I would not want to be in that position,
Well, there's not really a management structure. I mean, I can go volunteer anywhere in Calvert County. We have the majority of our the majority of our members are not, they live in the community, but not actually in the town.
Not in the municipality.
So, it's unfortunate that they can't, they don't have to pay the town taxes, so, it's not hurting them. But like I said, there are several, and that's one of our goals is to get anybody that is eligible that lives in the town to come support their community. But the head of the Volunteer Association for Calvert County is one of our members, so he could, vouch for the program and let you know. We can have him do that, or I don't know how you want to go about doing that, but.
Yeah, one of your volunteers is my great nephew, Stephen Flowers.
Yes.
And he has the Chesapeake Beach address, but he lives down.
Right outside
of the town limits. Yeah.
Right.
And he's a professional firefighter in Prince George's County.
Yes. So, yeah, however you, whatever, a letter or whatever you need, I can make it work.
I think there might be a chief that's inside of town for Huntingtown.
There is.
And I don't want to do something that entices the management structure of the other volunteer firehouses. And that's what I wouldn't want to be an objection, trying to do anything like that, because I don't know. I think we need to stay in our lane when it comes to that. That's my opinion. I just want to make sure we're not trying to create some incentive. And
I just think by doing that, we're taking care of our members that live in the town. So, right.
So my thinking is it could extend to town residents. And if they volunteer, we could create a structure that would also benefit him.
Well, he receives a benefit from the county. So I look at it as, if you live in the town that you volunteer in, that's the benefit of it. But I can, like I say, I can get, it's Chief Friesland. He's the one that's in charge of the county. I can have him write a letter of support, or if you wanted to, however you wanted to do it, that's fine with me.
All right.
All right, and just a quick question I wanted to direct over towards our friends at Public Works, if they had a chance to look at the situation on D Street that we had talked about earlier in the year.
We did, and I appreciate he gave me a little heads up before it. So, and Dan's probably familiar a little bit. Some of our ride-arounds all the way back to Chris Mills and the chief now, we had if y'all remember, a fire in the swamp earlier this year.
Yeah, one long ago.
Yes, and the fire trucks couldn't get down D Street, and it's always been a parking problem, and it's one of those things. It's a narrow street, and there's many of them in town, and I don't proactively, which I know Dan's looking at them proactively, but this is a situation where now we've had an incident, and if you look at that street, it's like an hourglass. It starts kind of out as a normal street, then some vegetation and trees, who knows why they did it in the day, narrows down to one lane, then it opens up at the end to 2 lanes. So we are going to go in this year, it's part of our paving program, and take out the hourglass. We're going to make it a standard street.
Well, didn't I see him taking the tree down the other day?
No, that's a different tree. That's
that was a different tree?
So this has been out there. I mean, I snowplow that section, and you have to turn your plow all the way and back out. It's one of those things, I've always known it. There wasn't really an incident that set it off. Now that it was brought to my attention by Chris Mills, the previous chief. But there's been an incident. We're going to do it. It's going to make 3 citizens not happy because they're part of their yard's the town road, but we're going to do it. It's our road. I've reached out and we're notified them. We had a fire. They couldn't get apparatus down the road, and people are parking perpendicular. It's a whole other issue. So that, and also I want Orville Thrasher, if you've been in the fire department, you know who he is. He always points out things on the adjacent road, David Lane. The trees have grown into where the fire department's in the same predicament. Although trees don't stop them, they rub the side, but we're going to go in there. I've reached out to those citizens. The town has all the right to do this. They're well within town limits and road, but we still reach out to citizens that have lived there and said, hey, we're coming here and here's why. So yes, we are going to do that, and I appreciate you bringing it up.
Thank you very much.
Any questions? Anybody got any questions? Anybody else?
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for your patience.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Time for the mayor's report. I have a couple of things here. This is the fun part of my job. You're taking a picture. I'm surprised. A certificate of appreciation here. Allow me to read it to you. This is for, help me pronounce your name, Benea Renton,
Sure, good enough.
Okay, that's who this is for, and I'm filling it out, Richard. It's a certificate of appreciation, proudly presented to Vidya Ranchin for outstanding achievement in local history research and community presentation, in recognition of your outstanding dedication, strong work ethic, and commendable initiative in advancing local history through your project, When the Trail Meets the Tide, which is really very cool in my opinion. Your achievement as a district winner in the Calvert County History Fair. Applause. That the town's first annual Celebrate Trails Day reflects maturity, leadership, and community pride beyond your years, and are sincerely valued and honored. It is signed by myself and by Samilia Akpodu, our town administrator. And I am so happy to have you here tonight. And you know what? We are all very proud of you. Allow me to present this and make a statement. That was a good statement. Thank you so much. And thank you for everything you're doing. And Dad, you're doing great with the camera. Thank you. Yeah. That's good. You want another one?
Yes, please.
Are you want one? Wendy?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, get the senator. I'm gonna put my number on it if you don't mind. Thank you once again. Good to see you all. It's the fun part of being mayor, being able to do things like that. And now what's up on the screen is from Beach Elementary School. Just the other day, I think it was Monday. It was this week. And I believe that was the fourth graders, if I'm not mistaken. And they had written or received certificates that the school, the teacher asked me to come up and present to them. And so I will tell you, I'm not used to being in a room where all the fourth graders in the school are in the cafeterium at the same time. And you know what? It's loud, and I'm just not used to it. But it was a great time, and I was really and Savannah Richardson, who works for the town, went with me. And so congratulations to these kids at Beach Elementary School. Yeah, and the competition was If I Were Mayor. They wrote essays. And so, and I was ready to hand the job right over to them. And that's the end of the mayor's report. So now we're down to resolutions and ordinances. First one is ordinance.
Mr. Mayor, did I ask that we have a 5-minute break before we get into all this?
Sure. Unless there's an
It's been
objection.
2.5, yes.
Okay, fine. 5 minutes.
Also, Mr. Mayor, it may be good to let people know that Mr. Rajan's movie is able to be watched online if they haven't seen it.
Okay. Say that again louder into the microphone.
The young lady's documentary is able to be watched online. What's the name of it again? When the Trail Meets the Tide? Is that correct, Ms. Rajan? Okay, so it is able to be watched online. I was able to look at it. It was really good work. No, we should have shorter meetings.
Shorter
Maybe, yeah,
meetings?
Shorter meeting. Exactly.
I know.
Yeah, let's go. Let's start right now. Let's go right now.
Well, we got to wait for a councilwoman and a town administrator. Councilwoman is back. You could come sit here. All right. We'll go ahead, even though Samelia had to go back to the back area for a moment. Next, we have a vote on ordinance O-26-8, an ordinance of the Town Council of Chesapeake Beach, Maryland, amending the Town Code, Chapter 290, zoning, Article 5, dimensional requirements, Section 290-19, tables, requirements, exceptions, subsection G, to alter the requirements for permissible fences, and subsection J, to clarify the location of front yards on corner lots. Is there anything you want to say about this?
Just, I gave the presentation on what the purposes are earlier, but it seems like there's some remaining questions, so I'm happy to help answer those.
Council, questions?
What was the date that we wanted to have the prior to under non-conforming fences, Section A? Lawfully existing constructed prior to, was that February 2026?
Believe it was March 14th?
19th?
March 19th.
That's
Okay.
what, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm looking at May, not
That was the day that it was. Dan, do you remember?
I think we said,
The day it was introduced.
right here it says February 4th. Whereas a meeting in February 4th.
Well, that's the Town Planning Commission.
Yeah, I'm looking for the day it was introduced.
It was the 19th. Councilmember Schulz is correct. Of March.
I mean, we're talking about just picking a date in the world, just picking a date on there, but we're also, I mean, we don't even know what it seems like there's a whole list of problematic fences that were not even discussed. There's no supporting documents that show it. There's no items that show what is and isn't. There's no list of disputed items that gets recognized. We don't have established fence lines to address the items of what fence. If you have property lines, is this a grandfathered fence line or not a grandfathered fence line? Is this a unresolved issue that people are trying to get resolved? Is this somebody outside the property owner that did something? I mean, there's so many unresolved issues with this that I don't think this is a very law. There's more problems with this than I think there should be.
Well, my question distinctly is based on our last meeting when we talked about when we were going to have this grandfather back into. We talked about not doing the 10 years, but having it go to a particular date to move forward from. So I just need to know what that date.
I would say
March 19th, 2022. That was the date the ordinance was introduced. That's what we talked about.
And I intend to make a motion to make it effective today.
Second.
But we gotta first move to approve and looking for a second. Move to approve the ordinance, looking for a second.
Second.
Okay, now we discuss. I'm gonna make, I move to amend the ordinance, by striking out, see, what is it? It is
G6.
G6B1
2.
and 2.
6B1.
G6B1.
Yeah.
A fence shall be considered
A
lawful.
section is non-conforming fences. It says B, a fence shall be considered lawfully existing if, and then,
Building permit.
I think that it should just say if it is existing, if it was constructed in completeness as of May 21, 2026.
Okay, so,
And also, so that would strike out 1 and 2. 3 would remain, provided that it does not constitute a safety hazard or public nuisance.
Hold on.
Can I get a second for discussion?
Second.
yeah, second for discussion.
For discussion, right?
So it would read lawfully existing fences constructed prior to May 21st, 2026 shall be exempt from this subsection, comma, provided that it does not constitute a safety hazard.
Sure, that works.
But he said B, and that's where I'm confused.
Oh, I see.
Right, so A is the lawfully existing fences constructed.
Yeah.
prior
So
to-
B would be, a fence shall be considered lawfully existing if it was constructed in completeness as of May 21, 2026.
So I just have one question for the attorney. And I'll have it after all amendments are made as well. Is anything in this ordinance saying that it is legal to construct a fence a right-of-way, either public or private? No. Public. What about a public right-of-way?
So as we discussed earlier, you can, the fence ordinance only addresses fences constructed on a person's property. If you're saying, can they construct a fence over a right-of-way that transverses their property, that question would be determined by the terms of the easement itself. Generally, they prohibit construction, but this ordinance doesn't address that.
So by creating this ordinance, which doesn't mention it, and saying things are legally if, are we now legalizing that?
You can't. You can't create a right to do something in contravention of a recorded easement.
Okay, so
Do
any
you wanna weigh in?
legalization that would be,
Sorry,
Go ahead.
4A addresses this, 4A and B address this. Fences may not restrict access to any right-of-way or easement in favor of the town or a public utility.
Can you speak up a little bit?
Sorry. 4A says fences may not restrict access to any right-of-way or easement in favor of the town or a public utility. Any fence constructed such that it restricts access are subject to removal by the town without compensation to the owner or replacement by the town. Now, B sets up a provision to allow so the property owner in the town to enter into covenants to allow a fence to go over a right-of-way under certain conditions.
Oh, well, that's not always the case in the, you're saying that you're not allowed to do that now, or you're not allowed to do that in the future? That's not always the case right there. So we're saying that we're not allowed to do it anymore?
No, you're not allowed to do it at all now. So
But
if,
you're allowed to, you're saying that if you did do it before, that was okay now? Is that what we're saying in this rule?
no.
This doesn't say anything about things that happened before. We can't adjust by ordinance things that happened before. The ordinance addresses things that happen going forward. It can't fix things that happened before. However, a fence that transverses an easement may, according to the terms of the easement, be impermissible. And the holder of the easement, whether it's the utility or the town or another property owner, the beneficiary of the easement has the enforcement rights on that.
May I address Councilman Reinhardt's motion, please? That's currently in discussion. If we keep A and put the March 19th date there, and then
A.
If we keep 6A, non-conforming fences, lawfully existing fences constructed prior to March 19, 2026, shall be exempt from this subsection except as follows. And then we go down to B and remove 2. Do you think that will still give you what you were looking for with the motion that you put in place?
No.
Okay, so what do you want to make sure is not in there?
B1 is saying that had to have a valid permit. All I'm looking for is a demarcation of today.
Mm-hmm.
Anything prior to that is grandfathered in, and that's it.
So if we remove 1 and 2 in B, but keep ordinary maintenance, repair, and nothing in this subsection shall prevent the town from ordering the removal or repair of any fence that has become unsafe or is otherwise not in compliance. If we remove that, then we take away, we take away their ability to?
The 2 was put in there to do the grandfathering. And then, so what Eric is trying to accomplish is just to change the date, remove the 10 years and put a date. And his recommended date is just to say today.
All right, so are we removing A in that? Or are we putting?
His motion includes A.
My motion is to keep A and just have, and we're just talking about B being amended. 1 is removed, 2 is removed, and 3 would become 1, and it would say, if it was constructed in completeness as of May 21, 2026, provided that it does not constitute a safety hazard or public nuisance.
Okay, so, okay, go ahead.
Just from a drafting perspective, you wouldn't have a 1 without a 2. So it'll just be, a fence shall be considered lawfully existing if it was in existence on whatever date and does not constitute a safety hazard or public nuisance.
Gotcha.
Okay.
To say that if it's constructed over an easement, it can still be removed, or
That's in there.
it already says that?
And can we add unless a complaint or
You gotta make
objection?
motions for all these things.
Okay.
I just want to get this
This
motion.
is just
out the
my
way first.
motion now,
Okay.
and whenever we're done discussing,
So
we can
just to
vote.
be clear though, for A, are we putting the date in or is that going away altogether?
The date is today.
The-
For
For A, are we going to put, because you said March 19th, I just want to make sure that.
So, well, it could be a different, let's do that as a different motion, it's not part of my
Okay, I
motion.
just wanted to make sure that we weren't getting.
We're talking about B.
Well, can we vote on that then?
We're talking about B right now.
Right.
We're talking about what?
B.
We're talking about B, okay.
Do it again, Eric.
So B would read, a fence shall be considered lawfully existing if it was constructed in completeness as of May 21, 2026, provided that it does not constitute a safety hazard or public nuisance.
Perfect.
Period.
Everybody got it?
Yep.
So that's your motion for that.
Well, that's, yeah, and we're going to vote on that motion
Vote on
before
that.
we go anywhere else.
Yeah.
Is there any more discussion on that issue?
I would like if that thing said unless a complaint has been previously made or objection to. So the non-conforming says you're allowed to have something, but what if somebody has complained about it or?
That's not the motion.
Okay.
Yeah, that is not the motion at the time.
All right.
Let's vote on the motion that's on the table. All in favor of the motion on the table, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Now, go ahead. Dan?
I make a motion to remove any and all words wall from this ordinance. It's about fences, and now we're talking about walls, so I make a motion to remove any and all language referencing walls of any and all sort from this document.
There's a second.
I'll second for discussion.
So this is about fences, and yet we have all throughout it garden walls and different type of walls. So now we're introducing a whole different contradiction in here. So if we have fences, let's talk fences. Why are we adding garden walls and all these other things to it? That shouldn't even be part of this entire thing.
Sarah, do you mind providing clarification?
We are amending a section in the zoning code right now called fences and walls. And it addresses fences and walls. We're not actually changing any of the regulations regarding fencing, garden walls, steps, or other similar features. Those can't be more than 3 feet or higher at the floor level of the ground story, and that should remain because that's in your zoning code. We're adding regulations on fences, and so all the wall references are just to G for the title, and then in 1A to refer to the garden walls.
Just our current code.
It's your current code, and I recommend that you keep it because you have to clarify what a garden wall is versus what a retaining wall is.
So where are the definitions at then?
Definitions are in the definitions section. I'm not sure if garden walls is defined in the definition section of your code, but I can look it up.
Voting?
No, we're waiting to see if there's definitions in regards to it.
There probably isn't. Let's see. Yeah, there isn't, and it's really because it's semi-defined in here, right? A garden wall is sort of has a common understanding, but also it says not more than 3 feet higher above the grade, higher than the floor level of the ground story. So it's a wall, it's a garden wall, right? So it's a short wall around your garden, but it has to be no more than 3 feet. Once it goes above 3 feet, it's no longer a garden wall and something else. But I agree that there are missing definitions in your zoning code.
So we're saying we're going to create a rule, and there's nowhere to go with trying to clarify it.
We're not creating a rule. The rule already exists.
That doesn't have, this right here, we're passing this ordinance, and this ordinance references things, and then there's no definition of the thing it references. Is that right?
But if we remove it, like it still exists in our code no matter what, because it's already in the code. So she's saying that is part of the section, so it's called out in that, but it's no matter what happens, it's still in our code.
We've been talking fences for this whole point. Now we have walls in here. I think that creates confusion. So let's just remove walls from this.
But then you would remove it from our code.
All right, so I think everybody understands what the motion is. Remove the word wall and everywhere that it appears in the in the ordinance. I'm ready to vote if anyone else is.
All right, all in favor of making that modification?
Well, I guess I'm going to be the only one. Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Aye.
Oh,
Well, that's going to be how the night goes.
okay. Now we can move forward.
all right, I'd like to make a motion to add to 6A lawfully existing fences constructed prior to. I would like the date for that to be March 19th, 2026.
Your second?
I'll second it.
All in favor, aye.
I just want a little bit of discussion. Does that matter that it's not the same date as the grandfather date we just put in?
Well, that's why I was asking, because in A, lawfully existing fences constructed prior to are exempt, and the date that we talked about last time was the day that we actually had this introduced. And that's why I was asking about the May 21st in section 2 to make sure that it was congruent. So either we need to keep A, 1, and 2 in place.
So I think it should just match.
But
Just make it
should
match
the
also.
dates match? Because if the dates match,
I think it should
then
match also.
vote me down and then motion that in, we can move on.
Agreed.
Let's go.
So what is that date?
With March
We're going
19th,
to vote this motion
2026.
down real quick and then have it done.
Right.
All right, all in favor of the motion, whatever date you said?
March 19th.
Okay, March 19th. All opposed?
Aye.
Okay, so that failed.
So that failed, and now we're going to make a motion to make that date in 6A.
So have we gotten rid of the 10-year thing?
Hold on, let him make his motion. He's in the middle of a motion.
Okay.
Motion for 6A, May 21st, 2026.
Second.
We have what is it, May what?
May 21st, 2026.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
All of the words remain as is.
Okay, we have
And
a-
this is something that you have brought up, Dan, so if you have anything to discuss about it, this is the time.
Anything you want to say, Dan?
Yes, hold on. So we're all over the place, right? And trying to follow along on a document, I say if you look at the minutes in the home occupation in that, this is not the way to go about creating these ordinances. Trying to pay attention to the details. I mean, I object to how this is, and if this is going to go, I'll go through every word in these documents. These are not prepared. I don't know how else to say it, but I do not think trying to follow along, there's nothing here. It is not the way to create rules.
Any other comments?
I mean, you can abstain if you don't think that.
I'm not going to abstain. I'm going to make my voice heard. This is not the way to go about it.
Okay.
That's a vote thing, sir.
You've had your moment. Can I?
Okay.
Anybody else on the council wish to say anything? All right, all in favor of that amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, the ayes have it.
Abstained.
He didn't say anything. Are you abstaining?
I'm not abstaining. I'm completely irritated on how this is going. Whatever.
Is that a yes, a no?
I don't know. I can't follow along. I don't know where we're at. So why don't we take a memo and write it down, because this is getting a little too complicated to follow along.
Okay, I think we take that as a no.
Take it as clarify. Can you please clarify where we're at? I can't follow along. The
either gotta be
documents
yes,
kind of
no.
contradict each other's.
It's either got to be yes, no, or abstain.
All right.
It would be an abstention.
I agree.
Okay, an abstention. Okay. Abstention, Sharon. All right, now we have this amended.
Objection. How about that? Man, this is just.
All right, state your objection. Okay, all right, then we have a motion, we have an amended ordinance that we're going to vote on. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
That's a no. Okay, so.
I'm not for it. Whatever.
You gotta
That's a
determine
no
the
vote.
terminology.
Dan is a no
I know what you're
vote.
confusing,
Let's
sure.
move on to the next one. All right. Ordinance number O-26-3, an ordinance of the Town Council, Chesapeake Beach, amending the Town Code, Chapter 110, Building Construction by repealing Article 1, Fences, Section 110-1, Restrictions on Construction, reserving Article 1 for future legislation. Is there a motion for approval?
Motion to approve?
Second.
We will have discussion after we have a motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Discussion, Dan.
An itemized list provided of all disputes that have been made and objections in cases to go for the record of where things stand moving forward before handing it off.
Okay. I don't quite understand that statement.
I think we should provide a documented list that lists all the disputes and things, so we just don't cover up issues by some other rule that has all these indirect things. If there's known issues, it gets attached to this so we don't just bury it.
I don't think you would put a known issue
Whatever.
in an ordinance.
It should be recorded with a repeal. If we're repealing it, there should be a record of what we're repealing.
You got it. Tracking.
That's what we should do.
I'm unaware of any fence disputes.
I don't know either. I hear there's a whole bunch.
There aren't any that came to me or to you, Jay, to address. So.
And the vote?
On vote.
All in favor of ordinance O-26-3 signify by saying yeah. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? I don't know what you put down for Dan.
Town
Okay.
attorney said.
Thank you, Sharon. That's those decades of experience. Let's go on to ordinance O-26-4, ordinance of the Council of Chesapeake Beach, Maryland, amending Chapter 257 taxation to add Article 5 tax credit for disabled public safety and surviving spouses and cohabitants. Is there a motion for approval?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion.
Yes, I thought we were going to be provided a cross-reference document that compared this to Calvert counties to make sure it was there. Is it been cross-referenced and it matches? And what part of this ordinance and Calvert County ordinance are different?
We literally walked through all this
Right.
at a work session.
Right.
So, I mean, yes, it has been cross-referenced. And
What are the items that is
the only
outside
thing
of it?
the only thing is just we matched the county. That was what we were trying to ensure that we were doing, is that we matched the county.
Any further discussion?
Yeah, I just want to make a comment, explain the way I'll vote. Plan to vote against this, and because of the same reason that I've been saying about this since we started looking at it and discussing it. I just don't see, it just doesn't make sense to me why, if we're giving a tax credit to someone who's disabled, I think that's, and has difficulty paying their tax bill, I think that's admirable, but I'm not quite sure why we are creating a narrow reading or additional qualifications to only apply to public safety and law enforcement. I mean, if someone's disabled and they're disabled and unable to work, I think that's the justification to pass something like this. Period.
I mean, I think that's a very fair position to take. I would just offer just one thing, is that this is 100% disabled from a line of duty incident. So they were injured in the line of duty. It's very similar to like veterans who also get a different in the sense legally, but the ideal is very similar for 100% permanent total disabled veterans also get permanent property tax exemption. So
sure, but so do other disabilities that are permanently disabled, like Social Security disability and Board of Education disability and all kinds of other things get tax exemptions too. So I just
And I think the framework that we could have introduced with this is what you're getting at. I think if we were going to do all this, putting this in work, there's a better framework for it to happen. And I think that's why I think I'm with Eric, is we could have done, it's too narrow focused, and it should be a general thing before we just piece this together and piece that together. So that's why I'm not for this.
Let's also say that now that you put up anything to say that we can do this for Board of Education or for anybody else, we're talking about it because of this, but there was nothing that had been put up in front of us with any different framework to take care of anybody else who may need those tax credits. That's just a statement.
That's not true. I've been mentioning this the whole way through the process.
Mentioning is one thing. I think that you guys have a great idea. If it was in front of me like this, I would vote for your ideas. That's what I'm saying.
Any other discussion?
That's it.
I just want to say that willfully risking life and limb, something that people do that not everybody does, and that we need people to do. And so I'm very happy to reward those people who have risked life and limb and have actually had you sacrifice that with a tax credit.
Any other discussion?
And I think
This is, just please let this be the last time, Dan. Go ahead.
life and limb, I think she was clarifying things that Eric was saying.
Agreed.
The things that I'm saying, this framework could be more than what it is. I think the work we've put in here, just passing this, we're missing an opportunity for this to lead to what it could be. And that's where I think we're missing the opportunity.
Okay. Any other comments? Go ahead.
You are limited in the tax credits you can grant by the things that are provided in subtitle 2 of Title 9 of the tax property article of the state code. And so this tax credit for the surviving spouse or cohabitant of a fallen law enforcement officer, rescue worker, is a specific provision, 9-210 of the tax property article. There may be other exemptions for other types of disabled people, and we can do a separate tax credit for that. But I can give you a list of what the permissible sections are, and we can you all can collectively
I would
address
love for us to have that list. Thank you.
Framework that this has, I think the framework to this is the, I don't know even if how that would be, but somehow this has the framework that we could use to spread out.
Yeah.
So maybe making a motion to amend that, I don't even know how we would do that, but something to record the framework for this to be the guide forward. It would be more
inclusive.
Well, we can,
yes.
Yeah, we can.
There's something about this that's more than just about today's. I mean, I think it's 4 or 5 people, but there's more to this that can help more people than it's just a little. I don't know. I don't know how to say that. It could be much more than this.
Well, I just want to interject one last time that we can move forward. I agree with Councilman Reinhardt and Councilman Duval. I think with the framework that we use to put this in place and with the list that Alyssa can get us, then we can start looking at making sure we do things for other people as well, okay?
All right.
That's where I was headed. What you just said. All right, let's take a vote. All in favor of this ordinance signify by saying aye.
Aye.
One opposed. Thank you.
I said aye.
Yeah, Eric said no.
I mean, my thing is that there's something here that can be used to follow in the future. So hopefully we can have a follow-up document or template or something like that to be followed.
Well, will have to be individually tailored to meet the requirements of the individual exception in the tax property article. So for example, there is a section on elderly and veterans. It has different requirements. So, I mean, the ordinance will look something like the one you just adopted, should you decide to adopt that one, but it won't look exactly like it. It's not.
There's some framework for elderly?
It's not a plug and play, yeah.
Okay. All right.
Do something for veterans.
All right.
You don't have to do anything for veterans.
They
There's
could do
already
it
something
together.
there. It exists at the state level.
Okay.
Yes. All right. Moving on to ordinance O-26-9, ordinance of the Town Council, Chesapeake Beach, Maryland, adopting the annual budget for the general fund of the town of Chesapeake Beach for the fiscal year from July 1, 2026 to June 30th, 2027, and setting municipal tax rates.
Motion to approve?
Second with discussion.
Did you second?
Yes.
Okay, discussion.
Yeah, I have a couple of motions that came from Dan as well, but if you want to go. Yeah, maybe I can. Yeah, do you want to see if this one covers it, or do you want to go first? Well, you go first.
So we have a printed out copy to follow along with, or what? I mean.
Okay, hold on. I asked before the meeting, and I said I would do this during the work session. I asked to see what motions based off the conversation needed to be made, because somebody has to make the motions to match what the treasurer had to change based off the conversation. So I asked and said that I will make the motions on behalf of the council, and then we can sit here and decide if we want to vote.
So you got to follow along with the piece of paper, and I got to try to figure out where we're at in the thing. I think we should all have the piece of paper to follow along with. I don't even know if it's supposed to be that way. So we have.
You can't follow along.
Please. But you have people to read along.
You read the paper and I'll do the memory. Jeez,
We need a Snickers bar.
Jesus.
Hey,
Don't mind.
calm it
I have-
down a little bit, please?
I
Can we
have
calm it down?
one motion to amend that has not been discussed in work session, so if we can just knock that one out and then.
Yes, perfect.
Okay. I move to amend the general fund budget by adding an Exhibit A, and that Exhibit A would be the salary projections for fiscal year '27.
Second.
Discussion? Okay, all in favor of the?
Hold on. I'm trying to follow along.
Well, I asked if there was discussion. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Exhibit available exhibit, which is.
Yes, sir.
It's this document.
The salary
And so this,
Salary schedule. Added as an exhibit to the actual budget, which gets published online. Your expertise.
An additional recital. At the end of section 1.
Alyssa. These people.
Hereby adopted in form, exhibit A here to and taking into account the information set forth in exhibit B. Does that make sense? I'm sorry. You couldn't hear me.
I don't know
your mic
why you people can't leave your mics on. I don't understand.
always turns it off.
I turn it off because sometimes I'm saying things that ought not get recorded, so I apologize. The suggestion for the reference to the exhibit is the annual budget for the general fund of Town of Chesapeake Beach for the fiscal year 2027 is hereby adopted in the form as set forth in attached Exhibit A hereto, which is the existing Section 1, and I'm proposing that Councilman Reinhardt's motion be to add a reference to Exhibit B at the end of that Section 1 to say something like, and based on the information set forth in Exhibit B.
Yeah.
At the end of Section 1, where it says, in the attached Exhibit A here too, my proposal for his motion was that it say, and in reliance on the information set forth in Exhibit B.
and so what you're talking about, a bit that is somewhat or exactly like the one that the county puts forth?
No, it's the file that we were given of of salaries.
So that contains names.
I'm just going to make a motion for that.
Names because like the document such as this is included in budget. It's a typical document. Us asking for anything, but it is unusual to put names.
Well, I was going to make a motion to remove the names and put job titles there instead, after we got it in, so that it can be there, but it won't have the names there. So if that works, then we can move
That's
forward.
my motion.
Yeah.
Can we, would that be allowed to have it being a provisional template? So is it the document that it is or the template for it?
Exact document
Okay.
as shown.
Well, yeah. And I guess that's, yeah.
Where do we stand?
Vote.
One additional item in support of that is that the information would be available to people if they did a public information request for the disclosures. So we're just being transparent in offering the information because we have failed to follow the ordinance that has been outlined before. Not just us, but everybody else. We're just the ones that talked about
And
it.
now it would be part
Right.
of the general fund budget, which is accessible online
Yeah.
without a request.
Okay.
So I will just say what I plan to do, just so you're aware of the part of this discussion. I am not in favor of the names as well. I do, because this is the general one, I do like the idea of publishing this under the titles as well. And if somebody wants to do a PIA request, then they can do that to get the specific name associated with all that. It's pretty obvious of who certain people are because the only time you're going to get comparative ones is when you get into the specific, public works, person 1, 2, 3, treatment plant person 1, 2, 3. So
I guess if that would be the case, then it should be the entire Schedule A that Sharon does. So it would be the true value so that we would also be able to see that.
I don't know what that means, but
I can explain what it means.
okay. But what I'm still just, Eric, all I'm just letting you know is I'm in support of this. I would probably vote this down to make a motion to include this, but make it with job titles and not names.
All right, we have the ordinance, we have an amendment to the ordinance that's been approved by this council. Let's vote on the amended ordinance.
We're still voting on the proposed amendment.
The motion.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, I wrote that down, so that would, all right, let's vote on the proposed amendment. All in favor of the proposed amendment, and let me read what I wrote down, you tell me if I've got it right. It just put after in section 1 at the end of the sentence, after the word hereto, put and in reliance on the information set forth in Exhibit B.
And Exhibit B is the salary projection document, Excel document, salary projection.
Well, but that
fiscal year
doesn't
24.
go into the ordinance, right?
Well, we need to define what the exhibit is.
Yes. Right.
Okay, so
Would you
we
be
have.
okay with in your motion, taking the names out so that we can do it all at one
My
time?
motion's already been established. I can't change it at this point.
Okay.
All right, so I'm just going to write the word more here, and hopefully somebody's got this written down what it is. All right, so let's vote on the amendment. All in favor of the amendment, say aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
All right, 2 opposed,
I oppose. 3 opposed.
3 opposed. Okay, so the amendment fails. Amy,
Lori and Anthony and myself.
okay. The amendment fails. Are we going to
So
vote on?
I'll make a motion.
motion again.
I want
Vote the
to
name.
follow, I'm not going to repeat all this up, but I would like to follow Eric's exact motion with the exception of instead of names, we would swap those out for positions. So it'd be the same thing. It was exactly what Lori just introduced. So instead of names, we would put duty titles or positions, whatever the terminology is.
I agree with that too. I don't have, I
Let me second it first, and then you can just second it.
All right, discussion. Go ahead, Lori.
what it says or anything like that. I know there's a framework for this. We obviously don't have it right now. But it, public like this in the way that we need it. There's nothing stopping us from publishing something like what the county has with their budget outside of the budget, but I don't have the, whatever you guys are looking at in front of me.
You know, I'm going to agree with you on that. I'm going to rescind my motion.
Yeah.
I move to maintain the structure of the previous two motions and duplicate Jamie's motion exactly.
That's easy for you to say. You got that, Sharon?
It is the same, so everything's the same. Section 1 verbiage is the same. We're introducing an exhibit B.
So she can see it?
And in lieu of the names, we will substitute titles.
So we're discussing something, what we should do at a public meeting without disclosing what we're discussing to the public. Is that correct?
What the attempt here
The
is to
template that we're
disclose the
going off
information
of,
to the public.
that we're
and the
going off
general
of in a
public.
public meeting, we're not making available to the public. So we're referencing something that the people in the public aren't able to understand.
The motion would make the information public.
Well, I think the discussion makes it public.
All right. So let's go on. I mean, do we have a clear understanding of what Eric
Second his
is
motion.
proposing? Huh?
Yes.
And did we have a motion and a motion and
Your motion, I second it.
Okay. So let's go ahead and vote on the, no, did we vote on the amendment? Okay. All in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, the ayes have it.
No, you got 3 and you got an abstain.
Are there any abstentions? Who's
I just
abstaining?
can't tell how we're going to.
Lori,
do
are you
this.
abstaining?
I just sent it to you, Lori.
Okay, so Lori's
Computer,
abstaining.
I just sent it to you, if that helps.
It's,
It's a schedule that was sent.
I mean,
over.
I just would, I think it would be, this would be better done if we had a form and a template in front of us. And I encourage doing it.
I'd like the minutes to reflect the document we're referencing. So it's attached to the minutes since we're, so the template that everybody has on their computers that they're looking through, I think I would like, since we're referencing and using that document, so the salary projection document that we're all discussing in the public, I want to make sure the minutes provide that document so the public are aware and have that.
That's what just got voted down in the first motion because it would include all the names.
Correct. We're using a document in a public meeting, so that document is public record.
So the vote was 3, yes,
Just
1 abstain.
making a statement for the record.
4 abstain. Or was it 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1 abstain?
No, you voted.
Did Dan vote?
Dan voted for it.
Okay. All right, let's move on.
No, it's 1.
Yeah.
4 yes,
4,
0
0, 1.
no's, 1 abstain.
And if anybody, whoever's making this amendment needs any clarity on what that was, let me know.
And we should make this document available that we used in the public meeting for the public.
That's what we just did.
Yep.
Right.
All right. We're still on ordinance O-26-9. Are there other amendments that want to be proposed?
I want to make a motion to amend to add this language
where appropriate.
Well, you got to say where that is.
I am to add this language where appropriate, that this ordinance shall be followed with a resolution that outlines Section C 804 and Section C 808 for future fiscal years.
What does that mean?
The two ordinances that we're saying that we're doing to create the pay structure, it's an acknowledgement that we don't have. So where it's properly fit that in, I think we should put that in this.
That's why you keep me around.
You mean of the charter?
Right. That, everything that led to all this at first. So we put this in here, it acknowledges that, it ties in the framework that Samelia already presented us, and we just, that's the move forward on it.
Oh, well, somebody has a second for discussion if they want to talk about it.
There's a second.
I'll second for discussion. Just for you, Eric.
All right, well, I'll just say that, we've already discussed this, but I do agree that there needs to be some discussion. I think everyone agrees that there needs to be some discussion, and that I think there's a will to work on this throughout the next year, so we're ready to go next budget cycle. But I'm not sure that any type of verbiage belongs in this ordinance.
Maybe an exhibit? We could use motion to amend my amendment, or that exhibit, are we on B or C on the exhibits? C? Exhibit C be added to highlight the document that the town administrator provided to us yesterday as Exhibit C for the framework to follow.
Is there a second?
It was already seconded.
You already second, we're in discussion right now. Well, we can just vote.
Making an emotion.
This is a new motion?
Yeah, yeah. Let's vote it down. Withdraw. And, well, I think whatever it gets us back to reset. There we go. All right, so motion to amend. The motion to amend the ordinance to have Exhibit C that lays in the framework template that the town administrator provided to us, or the memo yesterday.
All right, second it, let's vote.
Jason, are you asking that the email be
just the attachment
added to the end of this ordinance as the exact word for word email be added to the end of this? Just for clarification, to the end of this budget as Exhibit C. Is that what you're?
Not the email, just the attachment. The attachment.
Does the attachment have a name?
Let's vote.
All in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye. Nay.
I'm sorry.
Nay.
You're abstaining. You're nay.
Nay.
Amendment fails. All right, where are we now? Get what you needed, Sharon?
Green is a yes.
You don't have that either?
No. Yes, no. So 3-1-1.
No.
Who was a no?
Everybody. He was a no. And Lori was.
Lori abstained.
1-3-1. Right?
Okay. We move forward with.
Yes. All right. So here's the motions I'll make based, again, this is just based off the actions Dan made based off the work session. So the first motion is to add section 4. Here, I'll read this with you so you can read it with me.
Yeah. Jamie?
Section.
I don't think you need that one because of Eric's motion, because that section 4 inserts what the pay raises are for the employees, but he's already approved the
it's in the
salaries
table.
based on his motion.
Okay.
You don't
All right,
need
so let's
that one
skip that.
anymore.
Okay. I'm going to jump down to, I'm going to do the schedule of fees first. So I make a motion to change the schedule of fees. It is in the permit fees, under miscellaneous permits. We are removing in the parentheses where it says miscellaneous IMP, fence, shed, deck, pool, scratching that out. And then inserting a line underneath it that says solar panels and interior work. And I got rid of glasses. And then the fee amount is $75. Thank you, Eric. Does that make sense? So so the new line is solar panels and interior work.
Tell me how many things down it is.
It is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 7 is where I did the scratch out under miscellaneous permit. Scratched out from miscellaneous to pool. So it now would read just under 150 square feet or less without electric permit. You got that, Lori?
No, I'm still off.
Okay. Let me know when you're on there. Here.
Only 7.
Together. So scratch out miscellaneous through pool. Yeah, through the word pool, correct. So it just says under 150 square feet, and then the rest stays. Got that? And then inserting underneath that a new line that says solar panels and interior work, and the fee is $75.
Why are you scratching out the word pool?
I will have to defer that because I'm just the spokesperson.
So mine says home occupation permits underneath that. So you're saying add a line?
Yeah.
Those were the two changes you provided, Samelia.
Those changes were provided or requested from the staff.
Okay, so again, it's 7 is where it starts, and then inserting the new line underneath it, that's $75.
Okay.
Okay, so that's my first motion.
All right, is there a second for that motion?
Seconded.
Any further discussion?
Roy said something.
Oh, I think he's amending. Are you?
I'm amending the amendment.
Well, we can't do the amendment. You have to, he does it, and then you can do it.
Do you want to have a discussion then so we can?
Yeah, I'll second for discussion.
It's already seconded.
Hey.
Okay. So if we cross out the word pool, how much does it cost to get a permit to build a pool?
Sure, great question. Well, that's true because actually the largest you can build a pool, I think, in town is 20 by 20.
On the schedule of fees, which is probably different than, is it different than the one I'm going to find? Anyway.
You're going to find the one that currently exists.
How much should we charge for a permit pool? Because we can just add that line.
Oh, how does that get addressed? So the permit for the pool is, Fran makes this decision, right? It is either a miscellaneous or a building permit. I don't know which one gets chosen to review a pool, it has to be processed by Fran, it has to be reviewed by myself. Sometimes it also has to be reviewed by Wayne or Jay. And then the actual person who approves the pools is Dr. Samelia. So it does involve a number of staff members and staff time.
What
So
would you equate it to, I guess?
I would equate it to a building permit
To a whole building permit?
because of the amount of staff members that have to touch it. It's not a quick, like miscellaneous permit is a deck. It doesn't take anyone a long amount of time. And so the fee is theoretically, right, tied to what it costs. to
Lori, yeah, in
review
the
it.
sheet, it's if you go up 2 more lines, you'll see the residential building permit. You said just calling it out because you were looking at it, it's $150.
Oh, okay.
So it's a redundancy.
That's the building. I was thinking that you were talking about like a building permit to build an entire house.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. So Fran knows this sheet way better than I do. And I usually defer to her on this, but I will do my best to answer questions.
I don't have a problem with the cost of a residential building permit for a pool permit.
I think it's closer to the actual cost.
Yeah,
of stuff.
and I am for reflecting the.
All right. Yeah. So did we amend, that is an amendment, right? We're voting on the amendment?
Yeah, the motion was the items we crossed out, inserting the new line. And
Okay, all in favor of that amendment, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Where do we stand?
Understand?
Well, I have additional motions, but if you have one, go
I
ahead.
got one that goes right here. Motion to amend and add text to after the fact permit fee, and have a 48-hour timeline on that.
There's a second?
Second it.
Discussion? A little bit?
This is just to put the wording on here, on the
Yep.
schedule?
Yep.
So it would be to allow for if someone, like when somebody came in and they had a filing up for a permit fee, to allow for a 48-hour window for the after the fact permit to not apply. So after the fact, in the lady's situation, where it was like that crossover time, so where you came, and you came right away to put your permit fee in. So it would give a little window.
Go ahead, Sarah.
One point, I don't believe we can do that for critical area permits.
I was saying after the fact ones.
After the fact critical area permits, I believe we would have to check state law before we did that for, so you might want
Add
to.
in there real quick. I don't know if this is the permit schedule where it just lists the permit and the fee, but we're very much through legislation getting into administrative timelines that fall under
The
the
budget is
executive.
not the place to define process.
Yeah.
I'll withdraw.
Okay. Anything else? Jamie?
Okay, yes. So again, based off of the work session, everybody's exhausted. I'm going to motion to amend the budget. And I'm going to read every line, right? That's what Dan, you wanted me to read every single line to make this as easy? Do you guys want me to? Okay, so we're going, so I'm going to read every line and I'll say the original number followed by the revised number, and I will put I will explain the description that Dan provided. Let's try this. Laura, you're looking at me like you're lost, but let's try this.
This is what we went over in the work session,
Yeah,
right?
and then
Okay, let's work.
you stare at this with me. Okay, so the first one will be line 100-430-135. It says transfer in general fund balance. The original number was 1991139. The revised amount is 2328200, so 2,328,200. And the description is use of reserves to balance the budget. Okay. Going down one line, state bond bill Harbor Road well. It says the original was 600,000. Under adjustment in parentheses, it has 600,000. It says Harbor Road well house project included in utility fund budget. Going down one line, program open space grant revised says, or adjustment says 120,000. So revised is 120,000. Town's program open space allocation from county. Going down to the final line under revenues is national fitness grant. Adjusted is 35,000. So the revised is 35,000. National fitness grant award for fitness court. Total revenues, 2,483,200 is the revised. The original was 2,591,139. So it went down. Adjustment amount down is 107,939. Okay, dropping down to expenditures. The first line, software maintenance and agreement. The original was 40,000. The revised is 65,000, a difference of 25,000. It says diversified technology software for, it says code, public works administration. Going to other, the first line, grants to local organization. And Eric, okay. The original was 81,000. The revised is 97,000, a difference of 16,000. This includes NAACP for 1,000 and Bayside History Museum for 15,000 that were added. Going down to special events, the next line, the original was 233,570. The revised is 244,800, a difference of 11,230. This is to adjust for new staffing rates and additional supplies. Going down to the last one under other, grant, water park operations. It just says a revised of 176,380. So it's amount needed to fund water park operations. The adjustment also was 176,380 to match. Under public works, trash removal service, the original was 681,475. The revised is 649,926, a difference of 31,549. This accounts for, you had put 3% cost of living versus 8%. I believe that was brought up during the last session, why it was so high. I think it was you. Okay, going under debt service, water park bonds. The original amount was 500,000. The revised amount is 545,000, a difference of 45,000. Based on actual costs after bonds were issued, like Dan was walking us through earlier today. And then the last line under capital expenditures, the original was 4,547,000. The revised is 4,197,000, a difference of 350,000. And that reflects the Harbor Road well for 600,000, the fitness court for 220,000, and the public works garage heater for 30,000. This brings the total expenditures. The original was $6,083,045 to $5,975,106, a difference of 107,939.
Good job, man.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, we got a second?
I have no idea what was just said.
So I think that was the document that we had in our work session. So just as when we used the reference guide earlier, part of the minutes, I think it's right to use this as part of our minutes, record this as part of the minutes. So
All right.
No. Yeah, I kind of thought this would come a little bit different. We moved the revenue for the harbor wet well, if I remember correctly from our work session, to the utility fund, but we did not move the expense. Is that what happened?
That's what this is doing. The bottom line here, the capital expenditures, is taking the Harbor Road well out and putting it in the utility fund on the expense side. So you're taking the revenue and expense out by the motion he just made and moving it to the utility fund, which is what you wanted to do.
That's perfect. Yes.
Perfect now.
I'm just asking what happened. I can't even tell. The capital expenditures went down. I guess it went down by what?
350,000, because we took out the Harbor Road well of 600, but then we added in the fitness court of 220 and the garage heater for 30. So the difference between that is a decrease of 350,000. So
Okay.
you took one project out but put two others
Gotcha.
back in.
That tracks. We transferred in additional, reserves into the general fund. Is that
Yes.
correct? What
Yep.
did we do there?
That was transferred in to cover the projects that were listed below.
And, okay, listed below. Listed below where?
All those expenses, it's basically a plug figure between additional revenue generated versus additional expenditures that you're going to pay out. So that much was needed in order to balance the budget.
Okay.
Time's up.
Sorry. I'm a slow learn. Okay. I need somebody to come point this for me because I don't see it. I would have loved to have seen this prior to, so I could have made sense of it quicker.
It's basically the same spreadsheet you saw at the work session, but put in, it took out everything that wasn't being adjusted and reduced it down to the ones that were. So I provided a spreadsheet at the last work session that had all these changes on it. And this is just consolidating that into one sheet. So it only shows the changes, not the accounts that aren't affected.
That's what I should be looking at.
Okay. That you just gave her?
And did we remove the wet well or the saddle?
No,
Or not?
not in that motion.
Okay.
That could be another motion.
Right. I do think we should remove the saddle because I've been very adamant that things belong in the right fund. So I'll make a motion additionally to,
Well,
We gotta vote on this one first.
okay, we gotta vote on this one first. Okay. I'm confused. I would have preferred to have this a different way.
Just for clarification, would you please repeat the motion, Jamie?
I mean, follow along. I'm gonna,
It's just to adjust it based off of the inputs from the work session.
yeah, and I don't think anything else was adjusted. Somebody highlight, has anything else been adjusted?
No.
Capital improvement budget has stayed the same.
No, there's been no motions made after the introduction except for these, and these are the only things that have been discussed.
Okay.
Are we ready for a vote?
Well, I just want to say that I agree with you and Dan. This motion is very vast, and yes, we did go over it in the work session. And at the work session, I asked that this marked up budget that we used in the work session to go through all this stuff be provided in this packet today. We don't have it. No one up here has the condensed revisions that Jamie has, other than Jamie. So, I think we can do better.
I hope
sort
to
of-
do better next time.
Can we
With a
print
lot-
them off
yeah.
real quick?
I mean, that's what I was saying. That seemed like there was a lot more work is where the whole initial of getting to the special
Can we
meeting.
take 5 to print
Can we
off
take
or
a
something?
5-minute break for various things, including making some copies?
Yeah. Well, Dan's got them all. I don't have them.
All right, we'll adjourn for 5 minutes. We reconvene at 10:25.
I have it pulled up so I can follow.
Okay, we need to have work session and council meetings same night.
If it's a
Let's just get it one time a month, get it all out of the way.
You got to spit off the cuff or you can't do it.
especially if it's
budget season is only there, or we have our own budget meetings. And it's all the main budget. So much noise.
I didn't buy the equipment. I'm buying the material.
We're just, are we 24/7? What, is there a line in the ceiling they can,
We got a 5-year plan.
We'll just put it together, you know what I mean?
Wendy, do you want me to pass this out to everybody?
There's a time.
Oh, no, I can't. I just didn't, I wanted to make sure.
We got another hour before we get to that.
I handed out the treatment plan. I thought everyone already got the general thing, so I guess you need to pass.
I got it under here. It's past my bedtime, way past my bedtime. Yeah, 8:30. Oh, these mills? Oh my gosh, you ought to just hit the hammer. And they were done.
That in.
Okay, so we got the 106.
Let's get moving. All right.
Okay, so the motion, if you all look at the general fund, the one that has the adjusted amount showing 107,939, that one in parentheses, that is the one. So the motion that I read off is to accomplish this attachment, this table. Yeah, I would say you vote on this and then make motions to amend, yes. You never know. You never know.
We ready to vote?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Tell me exactly what.
So this, now that everybody has a copy of it,
Right.
so now we would just vote on the motion I made, which is to adjust based off of this table provided by our treasurer, which I previously read. So we're just ready to vote.
Make all those changes to the.
Yeah. All the changes, yes.
All right. Is there a motion for making all those changes?
It's already motioned.
We're just ready to vote.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed?
Opposed.
Unbelievable. You said aye? Okay, so we have 3 in favor and 2 opposed, so the motion carries.
But wait a minute. You have to have a.
I think I'm gonna, for
majority-
now on, oppose anything that
You have
comes
to have
this
a
way, just a
majority
heads
of
up.
the,
Yeah.
not the
Just a
present
difference.
council, but the council that is elected.
We'll let the attorney figure that out.
There's one person voting against it, it's you. And Dan voted against it.
Yeah, I think as a principle, I'm going to do that just because it's really hard to follow on. I think when they come that much, it's not ready to go for the floor. I think that's my stance. You were confused, right? You had all that? I don't think it should be
No.
that way.
It shouldn't be that way, but
That's why I'm voting against it. Not that I'm opposed to it, but I'm voting against the
don't
procedure.
vote against it for me because there's a whole lot of things in this budget that need to move forward. And I'm making my motions, right? And I'm gonna make the motion about the saddles out of principle.
Hold on a second. Before you make any other motions, let's hear some clarification from the attorney about whether that motion failed or passed. I think it failed.
Mm-hmm.
While you're looking, one thing that tonight's meeting has pointed out is that we've got some structural problems in our charter that are hampering conducting the town's business. And I think that we need to take a look at that. And that's unrelated to the topic at this specific time, but it has affected what we're doing tonight. Never it is. It never is.
That's four.
Read it again, please.
Ordinance shall be approved nor any other action taken without the favorable votes of a majority of the
Need four. No.
Only if it's a tie.
It says the mayor can't vote unless it's an aye.
Right, so in your form of government, because the mayor is the executive and he doesn't vote, he's not a voting member of council ordinarily, you are the legislative body and he's like the president of the Senate, right? He's not a member. Vice president is the president.
So you need four votes to pass anything.
Right.
Or a 3-3 tie, and then the mayor votes to make it 4.
We're not going to have a 3-3 tie since we have an absent member.
This is just the math. That's the math.
Okay, so what I can do then is I will just make a motion and I'll just go line by line in here and see if we're successful that way.
Yeah.
That's great. You can vote against it. I mean, there's certain things we gotta.
Figure out why
Yeah.
are we going to get 4 votes at all? I mean, if you go 3, you're not getting 1. So what would change?
Okay,
Eric's
so then
vote?
Eric, to you, it's because Dan's out on everything. So, okay, got it. Eric,
Are we discussing or are we making motions?
So you're making a motion.
Nope. We can't take.
I got it,
we
man.
can't
I
take
got it. Let me-
consensus. Can't take a consensus.
Okay.
He's not taking a consensus. He's asking Councilman Reinhardt if there are things that he is in favor of so that he can make those motions and get those things done.
Yeah, I'll say it. I don't think that the town and the local government and the people's money. I don't think that is the correct place for a national organization that doesn't that is well, in my view it's okay. It's $1,000 grant in the other for the NAACP. I don't think that is a proper expenditure of this local government.
yeah, okay. So I'm with you. I was going to make a second motion because we had talked about that, but got it. So can I make a motion to do everything excluding that line, and then we can come back and I'll make a separate motion for that?
You can do whatever you want to do.
Well, is that amenable to you to where we're going to get this going? Because I can achieve, I think, what you're trying to do. I just don't know if you have issues with any of the other lines.
That's a consensus.
There's not a consensus. I'm talking one-on-one.
You just change.
Let's go for it.
Okay, so then I would make a motion to,
Everything else.
I do not have to read it. Man, let me make the motion, man. I
Yeah,
will
and
make
please
the motion.
respect each other's rights to speak when you have the floor, when they have the floor, and stop interrupting, please.
I will match the former motion that I made with the exception of under other 100-6000-631300 grants to local organizations. We'll exclude that entire line all the way from left to right out of the motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a section. All in favor of that amendment, say aye.
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 Opposed?
Opposed?
Okay.
Laura, how did you vote?
Well, no. I'm just making a motion to get us to the piece to where we can, and then you can make all the additional motions following. But it's the same thing we just voted on minus the one line, but I am going to make an individual motion for that.
You gotta turn your microphone on, Lloyd.
So is everything everything when we said yes just a second ago, it was everything in that excluding the line that says grants to local organizations. So we excluded that, so we passed all the other ones, and then I will make a separate motion to address that explicit line.
Okay,
You're an aye?
I'm an aye.
Okay, that passes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, we did. Yep. Thank you. It's 4-1, Miss Sharon. 4 yes, 1 no. Okay. Okay, so then
You do.
I will make a motion for grants to local organizations to remove NAACP 1000, which would adjust that from 16,000, I think, or would adjust it from 97,000 total to 96,000.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed?
Laura? Huh?
I would say aye, yes. It's a national organization, I would agree.
That motion carries. So NAACP $1,000 is taken out, and it becomes $96,000. All right?
So that should be it for the general fund. Dan, I don't think I missed anything.
Good job.
All right. Can we now vote on the revised general fund budget?
Oh, no, Lori's got a handful. I was just.
All right,
me.
Lori, go
Just
ahead.
not-
I only have one. I would like to make a motion to remove line number 100 7100725 saddle replacements for $500,000 under expenditures. And that would make the transfer in general fund balance be subtracted by $500,000 under revenue.
Second. Second.
Any discussion?
Just asking a question. Where is the amended area within the revenues?
In the transfer in general fund, subtracted by $500,000, $500,000.
All right. Any other comments, questions? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Motion fails. All right. Any other amendments that were going to be proposed?
Yeah. Make a motion to amend the general fund under projects
capital projects or?
Yep. Bottom line. Remove that line item from the general fund.
Like all capital projects?
No, the public works storage facility.
Okay.
A second for discussion.
So that's in a neighborhood. It's in the, well, it's in a water tower. There's no capital connection or water thing, and it was said that there's going to be water there. There's been no presented plan for that. So I am opposed to doing that.
Are you talking about the heater?
No,
Where it says
no,
garage?
a whole garage going in Chesapeake Station or Chesapeake Village.
On the actual capital, 5-year capital project budget, there's a line item for a public works storage facility, which Jay had talked about before, for $75,000.
Inside your neighborhood.
Well, it doesn't show from hardly anywhere.
No.
I mean, whether that building is there or not, I don't think you could see it from a single home. You can see the water tower, but that's about it.
I've walked around there. You can.
Well, I've walked around there a lot, and I don't think I agree with you, Dan.
I don't think that's the place for that to be.
Well, it is a place in the town that the town owns, that we have the land, and that was part of the agreement with the developer, was that they would provide that land for us to use for public works. And yes, it has the water tower, but it also has other storage there. So I just simply, I don't normally want to get involved in the discussion like this, but I simply don't agree with you on that. So let's take a vote. All in favor of the amendment to remove that, right? Say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Abstain.
Okay, so I think the motion fails. Motion fails. Okay, next. Aaron, did you get that? All right, what's next?
Vote on the
Amended?
fund as amended.
Okay. Please make that motion.
I think there's already a motion in there.
Yeah, there's already a motion.
Second.
We had a second. Okay.
We ready to vote?
Let's go.
It's
Okay.
already made by.
All in
Green.
favor of the amended, the budget as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye. Nay. I'm
Okay,
opposed.
so it's 4 in favor and 1 opposed, so the motion carries. Okay, how many more funds do we have?
2.
2 more votes. Okay. Next is, bear with me a minute. Vote on ordinance O-26-10, ordinance to the Town Council, Chesapeake Beach, Maryland, adopting the annual budget for the mitigation fund of the town of Chesapeake Beach for the fiscal year July 1, 2026, to June 30th, 2027. Is there a motion for approval?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed?
Opposed.
The ayes have it. All right. Now, we're going to vote on ordinance O-2611, an ordinance of the Town Council, Chesapeake Beach, Maryland, adopting the annual budget for the Water Reclamation Treatment Plant Fund of the town of Chesapeake Beach for the fiscal year July 1, 2026 to June 30th, 2027. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
There's a second.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yes. Well, I'm sorry, I don't have any discussion. So if you guys have discussions, I will just make the motion for this. Do I have to read this line by line again, or to be effective, or can I? Yes.
I mean, if you don't,
I don't.
If you don't, it probably has to be included in the minutes for public record.
Yes, you have to read it.
I'll read it. Damn it. Don't scratch that from the record. Keep it in. Okay. Okay. Oh, you guys were good. Like nobody had. All right. So I'll make a motion to amend the treatment plant changes to Exhibit A for Ordinance 2611. Starting under revenues to fixed revenues, Anne Arundel fixed 10%, 10.44%. The original amount was $153,619. The adjustment is $13,167, so the revised is $166,786. The memo states all of the revenue figures are adjusted based on changes in expenditures. Dan, to be clear, I only need to make motions reflecting the ones with memo comments.
No, all of them.
All of it.
But the memo comment for all the revenues is the same.
Okay.
That's why it says are adjusted based on, all of the revenue figures are adjusted based on change in expenditure.
Okay. Dropping down to the second line under fixed revenues is Calvert County. The original was $320,923. The adjusted is adjusting $27,507. The revised is $348,430. Chesapeake Beach, the next line down, the third one. The original was $730,722. The adjustment is $62,630. The revised is $793,352. North Beach, the fourth line under fixed revenues. The original was $266,185. The adjustment is $22,815. The revised is $289,000. Moving into variable revenues, Anne Arundel, the first line, variable, the original was $83,491. The adjustment is $1,200. The revised is $84,691. To the second line under variable revenues for Calvert County, North Beach variable, the original was $257,431. The adjustment is $3,700. The revised is $261,131. The final line under variable revenues for Chesapeake Beach, variable, the original was $354,838. The adjustment is $5,100. The revised is $359,938. Moving to capital and other revenue sources, the first line, Anne Arundel reserves. The original was negative $6,360. The adjustment is $3,227. The revised is that the right term? Just say negative?
Yes.
Okay. The negative, under the revised term for that one then is negative $3,133. The second line, Capital County reserves, the original was negative $13,287. The adjustment is $6,741. The revised is negative $6,546. The third line, Chesapeake Beach reserves, the original was negative $30,254. The adjustment is $15,349. The revised is negative $14,905. And the final line, North Beach reserves, the original was a negative $11,020. Adjustment of $5,590. Revised is negative $5,430. Total revenues, original was $2,106,288. The adjustment is $167,026. And the revised is $2,273,314. Man, I gotta get a glass of water. Moving down to cost, fixed cost. The first line is salaries and wages. The original was $627,934. The adjustment is $10,888. The revised is $638,819. The memo states based on final calculations. Second line, administration, Town of Chesapeake Beach, TCB. The original was $83,249. The adjustment is $67,233. The revised is $150,482. The memo states adjusted to include fringe cost. The third line under fixed costs is policy manual and agreement update. There is no original, it just says adjustment is $48,000. The revised is $48,000 to update the interjurisdictional agreement. Variable cost, chemicals, the original was 180,000, the adjustment is 10,000, the revised is 190,000 based off, and the memo states based on new estimates. The final line for capital and other, transfer out TP reserves, the original was negative 60,922, the adjustment was 30,908. The revised is negative 30,014. This formula, in the memo, it says formula based on 25% of budgeted expenditures. The total expenses listed, original was 830,261. The adjustment is 167,026. The revised final amount of total expenses is 997,287.
I just want to say that, I don't know why we're having these huge adjustments to these already introduced budgets. We want to avoid this next year if we can. I think that this is not something that we want to do, and it's not something that's easy to follow, and it's very clunky. If we can get these budgets accurate the first time when we're introducing them, I think everyone would greatly appreciate that.
All right.
You just read that the expenses went from, what are the total revenues in your motion?
Look at the treatment plant one. So the total revenues, the original was 2,106,288. The adjustment was 167,026. The revised is 2,273,314. And then did you need you want me to go to the expenses again?
As the same on the expenses, I assume.
Yep. Well, the expenses, the adjustment is the same, but I'll just read it just to be safe.
What are the total expenses?
Total expenses. The original is 830,261. The adjustment is 167,026. The revised is 997,287.
So, are you saying the expenses don't balance?
No, just all of the revenue and expense accounts are not reflected here. So only the accounts that have an adjustment. So the adjustments balance, you added 167,000 revenue and 167 expense. But if you put all of the accounts together in the final budget, the revenues will equal expense.
We've gotten into discussion. I don't think there's a second, but I'll go ahead and second the motion to amend over here. Sorry, I think I'm the one that jumped the gun first.
Okay.
Good.
All right. Any other discussion? All right.
The discussion is, some of these items are definitely needed, but the way of delivery is not. There's got to be a better system than this.
All right. About your comment is noted. Let's take a vote. All in favor of ordinance O-26-11 signify by saying aye.
Hold on, we gotta vote on the amendment.
I'll vote on the amendments first.
Oh, okay. All in favor of the amendment?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
All right, motion carries. All in favor of the amended motion? Say aye. The amended ordinance, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, motion carries. All right, we're here, right? Okay. Vote on resolution R26-2, resolution of the Town of Chesapeake Beach Town Council to adopt and allocate funds for an outdoor fitness court as part of the 2026 National Fitness Campaign. Who wants to speak to this?
Motion to,
Go ahead, make a motion.
motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, all in favor say aye.
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 Opposed?
Opposed.
Okay. Motion carried.
No, it's on you.
It's on you.
Thanks.
Yes. If you vote in favor, it passes.
I don't mind supporting things, but I do not know where this is going. And to my knowledge, when we conducted surveys,
We're in
in the middle of I mean, for me, I have no choice but abstaining. I don't know where this is going. I have no site plan.
We have a no, you voted no. So we have no, 3 yeses, 1 no, 1 abstention, so the motion does not carry. Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
So because there's grant fund associated with this, I'm not sure if you have to have the resolution in order to receive the funds, but am I to understand that you don't want to receive the grant funds? Is that an okay question to ask?
Appropriate question.
Fine, but
we need to
can't
remove
revote-
it.
We can't revote on it for 90 days or whatever according to the charter.
So then I should return the funds. If the resolution is required, if it's not required, I just don't want to move forward administratively.
Well, yeah, I think if we can't do it, then we should not be taking grant funds that we can't execute. Yeah, so we're gonna have to ask them and then not spend, yeah, and then we're gonna have to advise or amend the budget to do that, yep.
Okay.
Oh, given the additional information that was just supplied, do you still want to abstain?
I don't particularly love this part of the project, to be honest.
That's
So
fine.
I don't.
If your answer is you want to continue to abstain, then that's the answer.
Yeah, that is the answer.
Okay. And Dan, you're going to vote against it.
I do not like the way this meeting is going. I believe that this is not in the public's best interest. I
The
believe,
answer
I
is
believe,
you're still voting no.
I don't even think Dan know what he voting on right now.
that's exactly the point.
'Cause
You know what? That's exactly the point.
You're not reading, you're not paying attention.
That's exactly the point.
All right, gentlemen. All right, the motion fails.
Yeah.
We will have to return the funds. How much is it?
It was
85.
35,000.
35,000.
We're gonna return the $35,000.
I will point out that wasn't part of Callum's.
It wasn't part of the
plan. It wasn't
Callum's
Callum's
project,
at all,
right?
so Anthony Callum's is great.
All right. I'm going to introduce ordinance, all right. Yeah, go ahead.
Question.
Go ahead.
I'm not sure if the resolution is a nice to have or a must have. That's what I have to get clarification on. And so what I would want to understand from council is you're voting down the resolution, but you support the project, or you're voting down the resolution and you don't support the project.
I support the project.
I support the project, but I would just say, I'm not sure if we had prior knowledge of a council member being absent tonight, but that can really put a wrench in a lot of things. And it's always been that way. So let's keep that in mind if we have a heavy agenda and know someone's going to be absent.
And this is the heaviest agenda of the year, right here.
So what I understand is that if the resolution is not required, then we're moving forward. If it is required, then we'll.
Yes, because the budget already includes the funds to cover. Yeah, so all that's there. We
Okay. Thank you.
just passed up free grant money.
Yep.
Did you?
Yeah. All right.
Reach on things like that. I think we should have conducted.
Yeah, we're good.
outreach.
I mean, your vote's your vote. I'm not worried about
Yeah,
that.
that's fine. All right. We're going to introduce ordinance O-26-12, an ordinance of the Town Council of Chesapeake Beach, Maryland, adopting the annual budget for the utility fund of the Town of Chesapeake Beach for the fiscal year July 1, 2026 to June 30th, 2027, and setting rates, charges, and fees related to water and sewer service by the town. And we're going to have the public hearing on June 18th at 6:15 p.m. All right. We're going to introduce ordinance O-26-13, an ordinance of the Town Council of Chesapeake Beach, Maryland, adopting the annual budget for the Water Park Fund of the Town of Chesapeake Beach for the fiscal year July 1, 2026 to June 30th, 2027. And we will have that public hearing immediately following the previous public hearing that we just set on June 18th. It'll probably be around 6:20. Now we're down to reports of officers, boards, and committees. And I don't think anybody's left. If we have, I think that makes a lot of sense. All right, thank you.
Thank you for being here through all the important parts.
Have a good evening. Drive carefully. Yeah. All right. I have a feeling this is going to go very quickly. Reports of officers, boards, and committees. Anybody here from planning and zoning? Well,
I mean, I think mostly the report from the chair is very similar to the report you
right.
get.
It's in your
from
packet.
Me.
Okay.
Well, I think this is one of the items that has gotten things. The commission to reconsider the change to the RV2 zone. Like, I think this went into the whole earlier discussion. I thought we said we're not down zoning. So they're saying here they're down zoning. I think that's not, there's a contradiction here.
I can just clarify the process if that's helpful. When you have a zoning amendment, you have three ways for that to happen. Planning and Zoning Commission can originate the amendment, which is how the fences amendment came because staff recommended it to Planning and Zoning. They agreed to take it up, and it came to you from them. Then you can also, as a council, initiate amendments to the zoning ordinance, and that's how what's happening with the land use table and all the other stuff that's getting pulled into the vortex of the land use table is happening because you directed the Planning and Zoning Commission to modernize and simplify. And that turns out not to be a simple process, which is typical with zoning ordinance. And then the third way that the zoning ordinance can get updated is resident can request either a text or a map amendment. That goes to Planning and Zoning, and then it comes to council. At the end of all of those processes, Planning and Zoning makes a recommendation to council, and then council reviews what Planning and Zoning has recommended and makes decisions. Planning and Zoning makes recommendations based on the education that they get from the state on what the state laws are, what the process is, and then sort of the professional advice as to the process that I provide. The reason that there are changes in the zoning map recommended is because the comprehensive plan has inconsistencies between the land use, future land use map, and what the text in the comprehensive plan says. This means that it's not a simple task to match up the RV districts. And the RV districts are causing a lot of confusion in the zoning ordinance. So in order to simplify, we have to resolve the RV1 and RV2 districts. In order to do that, the simplest way is to address the map. Not the simplest process, the simplest way for the public when they look at it, which is the direction we have. Because of that, we have to go through a process of what is the appropriate zoning in every single district. And that is not the zoning that is on the map now. So what is currently being discussed at planning and zoning, looks like a down zoning. It may come to you looking like a down zoning, and you may say, you know what, we don't want to do this. And that is actually okay. It just has to go through the process, and it has to go through the process because there are inconsistencies. And in order to do what you asked, we have to make sure we have a legal basis. So no one is trying to hurt anyone. We're just trying to follow the process that gets you to where you need to be with legal justification, if that helps.
When I hear the words inconsistency and when I've looked through the timeline, when I see the comprehensive plan, I see that the inconsistencies are from what I pointed out. I don't have it referenced here, but there was an ordinance that went into the comprehensive plan that established the RV districts. If we removed that, it cleans all up cleans up of all the inconsistencies that we're trying to change then. If we just remove that part, all of the things that we're trying to get rid of are gone. Instead of us trying to stack this and that, we just remove it and we get it reset.
Do I understand the direction to be to have the Planning and Zoning Commission revise the comprehensive plan to consolidate RV1 and RV2?
So what I'm saying is the comprehensive plan, when it was enacted, it didn't have RV1, RV2.
It did.
I saw that the RV1 and RV2 was added into it with an ordinance.
I'm going to actually defer to Councilwoman Blackwelder. I've watched all the videos, but she's definitely more intimate with the process. And there was extensive discussion of RV1 and RV2 in the comprehensive planning process.
We did divide it into RV1 and RV2. What we did not do is prohibit commercial uses. The other thing that we had intended until some different things happened on our board was to identify the area close to the town center as a place that could convert to commercial use, but not necessarily to high-density residential use. And then the intent at the time for the area that was part of RV2, we called it middle subdivision then, or I don't know the other names of it, but it's the area right across the street here.
Right.
The residents there wanted to maintain their neighborhood. And there was a whole lot of high density stuff that was getting ready to happen there. And they were upset about it. And so I tried to advocate that we divide it into 3, actually, but that did not carry. And what did carry was RV1 and RV2. And the Planning Commission didn't do anything with the table, so the table shouldn't have changed, except for however the previous administration decided to change it, and they wiped out a whole ton of uses.
So what I'm trying to put together is that it was the November 9th, 2021, that's the comprehensive plan, and then the revised one. I believe it's the revised one.
There's not a...
So it says approved and then adopted. I think the approval and then the adopted had the changes that we're trying to clear up. Is that a summarization of what it is?
I do not know if the council made changes to the comprehensive plan after the Planning Commission presented it to them. I don't believe they did.
Kept the comprehensive plan as was, but the comprehensive plan does not eliminate the ability to allow commercial uses or home occupations or any other things that we brought forward. The comprehensive plan just divides things into sections, and the intent was to say, this area can handle this type of density and it's better for this, and it's different from this area, because before the comprehensive plan, all of the areas allowed for everything. And then somebody decided that we would have no bonus density overlay or any kind of overlay. I'm for using overlays to give the opportunity for development that we might want. So as we move forward, if we make use of overlays, that might be helpful, but somebody was very adamant about not using overlays at all, and it put everybody in a either this or that situation. And I guess I can't speak for what the council did with especially the map, but also the table. The Planning Commission never touched the table.
Well, I think there was a whole bunch of different zoning maps, and then there was some zoning maps that don't even line up with this, that were passed at one time and then delayed before they were approved. It's very confusing, and I think the confusion that is back and forth between council and the planning and zoning, it'd be nice to have it summarized of what the actual thing is that we're trying to resolve, because it's a little here, a little there, and it's a lot of guessing games.
I think part of the issue is the process is happening. The process is in the Planning and Zoning Commission, and I can't tell you what the Planning and Zoning Commission is going to do until they've done it, right? When they've finalized their decisions, then that's when you get the resolution and the transmission of what they're recommending to you. For me to tell you what they maybe are doing is like preemptive. And so that's, I think the struggle is the process is happening. The process is concerning to you. And I think that's difficult. And it's just that you kind of have to wait for it to come to council, and then the council can take on their piece of the process. And none of the maps, I'm photoshopping these maps because we don't want to spend money on GIS until we know what we're doing, because it is a process and it is going to change. None of them are adopted. They're just drafts. They say draft across them really big to try and make that as clear as possible.
Well, as you can see how opinionated the town council is, the smoother we can make them, the easier it gets, because it's not like we're going to just not have our opinions.
Ms. Franklin?
Right.
Is there anything in the report that you want to share with us so we can move on?
No.
Thank you.
Well, then let's move on. All right. Next, we had the Board of Appeals had no hearing. Chesapeake Beach Oyster Cultivation Society, you've got a report in your packet. I'm glad to see that's still moving along. So that's really just a report. Economic development, I don't know that we have a report. I don't think we do. Green Team, we have a report in your packet. And it looks like they're doing good stuff. Let's move on. Twin Beach Community Health Coalition.
Real quick, Uplift Calvert Wellness Festival will be at Kellums Field on August 8th. General Ross will be doing Pilates, yoga, boxing, and Peach Squad. And we'll also have the first annual Red, White, and Warrior Challenge, 2-person team tournament, 140-foot obstacle course. We're raising funds for a veteran-focused cause, and we're working with the American Legion to identify that group. On August 31st, we will have our International Overdose Awareness Day. We will be doing a one-year anniversary visual at the place that we put up the mural, and we're putting that together now.
Thank you. Great report. In short?
Know it.
Okay, walkability. Laura?
Okay. I just want to say that I'm thankful that we were able to participate and celebrate Trails Day. It was a moving target after several things happened at council level. I think in the end, what we did was, well, I'll just read what I wrote. It'll be quick. It'll be quicker if I do it that way. I'm thankful that the Walkable Community Advisory Group was able to participate and celebrate Trails Day this past month despite several setbacks. Originally, I had hoped that we might use the day to support an opportunity for a contractor to collect feedback from the public on railway trail expansion projects, but a delay in publishing the RFP that our committee provided in October a change in scope required that we plan differently, and then we had another setback in February when the Chesapeake Village Sidewalk project was derailed. I'm told that both projects above are advancing, and I will welcome and applaud the day that we break ground on those projects, which are fully in the mayor and staff's control and are subject to consensus support. In the end, Celebrate Trails Day was a success despite setbacks in that our committee was able to pivot and use the opportunity to engage with some outstanding student and community volunteers and to identify and honor volunteers who have been working free, stewarding the trail and its surrounding ecosystems for the benefit of people and wildlife. I appreciate everyone who supported and participated in Celebrate Trails Day, including Wendy Payton for coordinating meetings with the mayor, and Mayor Wall for funding the event and agreeing that it would be appropriate and valuable, in fact a bargain, to honor individuals identified by former and present committee chairs from the Green Team and the Chesapeake Beach Oyster Cultivation Society and the Walkable Community Advisory Group with a mayor's coin. Where's the rest of my paper? My rest of my paper was the most important part. So I appreciate all of that, but I did have, this is terrible. I did have some people that I want to thank in particular that provided very clear, very reliable, very effective communication and follow through. And I don't know where my paper is, so I hope I get this right, but I think I can say it from memory. Those people were everybody from the Walkable Community Advisory Group, particularly Justin Dudash and Kristen DeGrace, Melanie Crowder, Sue Alexander, John Bacon, Walkable Community Advisory Group helpers, from staff, particularly Jay Berry and Martha Kennedy, with, steady coordination and action. And from the community, Chris and Des Martinez in coordination with Phil Noltemeyer and Cadet Lamb and cadets from Northern High School. And Badea and Palab Ranjan. And I believe I got everybody, but I don't have my list.
I think you did pretty good.
Okay. Anyways, that's that. Thank you.
Thank you. Water Park Committee, I'm not sure there's anything to be said about that, but you do have a report in your packet. Jay, is there anything you want to add?
No. We're half an hour away from Memorial Day weekend.
That was succinct. Thank you. Anybody have any unfinished business? Hearing none. New business. The town council to consider the appointment of Kelly Buff to the tree board. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. All right, town council to consider awarding a contract to County Welding LLC in the amount of $49,700 for the aeration base and handrail modifications. You already spoke to it.
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. It's time for public comment. Yes, sir. You're going to keep.
What time you want?
My name's Ethan Johnson over at 3327 Silverton Lane. I'm going to try and keep things quick that we all can at least try to get out here before 11:30. I've been trying to get everything set up to try to do at-home business for FFL. It's a federal firearms license, so it's a gunsmith essentially. Trying to have it to where I can do anything where it's repairs, custom builds, sales, but not anything where it's like firearms on the wall, ready to be sold right then and there. It's something where someone has to make an appointment with me. What do you want to do? What needs to be done? What legally can be done? And go from there.
We used to have an FFL licensed dealer. He was a retired PG County cop right over here. You probably remember him. Bob Elliott.
I recall.
And so I'm aware of what you're talking about, intimately familiar with it. I think it's a fine business to have in town. We did just pass a home business ordinance, and I think that it was excluded.
It is because it's under regulation.
Mm-hmm.
That's the biggest problem, is
Right.
it's under regulation. So I'm just trying to see if it can be potentially looked at, maybe not today, but further on down the line, just further looked into to see if there's anything where it needs to meet certain requirements, certain things need to be done, permit needs to be obtained, whatever it may be.
Well, thank you for coming to the council tonight. I will chime in and share with you that my grandson, who is about 27 years old, something like that, owns his own firearms company up in Northern Virginia, and he's very thorough and careful at what he does, and I anticipate that you would do the same. And so it's an interesting proposition. We'll take it under consideration. And I'm sorry you had to wait so long.
I'm not really sure what that process is. Do we have a process for that?
So we don't have a process now because it is a regulated commodity, which isn't permitted. Mr. Johnson called and spoke to me, and I explained the process. The Planning and Zoning Commission didn't recommend that, right? So you all made the decision. And so that's why I advised him to come here and speak to you, because you will be looking at new home occupation regulations in hopefully a month or two, and so the question then comes back to you. And so you are the board for him to appeal to in this case. And so that's why he's waited so patiently.
Would we have to change, would we have to amend the ordinance that we just passed?
So, well, if you take what's coming from the Planning Commission, it's a whole repeal and replace of the stuff you just passed, because modern zoning ordinances are tackling everything differently. And so you'll have another
We will be doing a repeal and replace.
of the land use classification table, the descriptions of the zones, the descriptions of the land use classification table.
Well, thank you for being here. And
So we had no sales that were allowed, right? And by saying regulated, we were allowing further people to have it, and that was a compromise. I actually remember you speaking at the planning and zoning. I heard that song. So it wasn't towards you.
No,
it was more towards a letting
everything overall.
Yeah, it was more to allow more, and that was the compromise there, not there. So it was, the word regulated was introduced to lean up on allowing it for others. So I think at least there's some hope to put it together. I think what I understand your business to be is, one, you are there's a bunch of rules that make sure that you're a safe person and you have a very safe business just to get that license. So the restrictions that we as a town would put on you are far exceeded by any of the regulations you adhere to. Is that correct?
Mainly, and then the HOA also has its own regulations where they have to say it can only be appointment only. Can't have any signage of any sort there. Can't do any exterior modifications to any portion of the structure, which it wouldn't need to. It would only reside right in the basement where it's already going to do minimal noise to either side of the townhouse. There doesn't need to be any change to parking at all, especially since it's going to be, hey, come over here, fill this paperwork out. Oh, now you got to wait 7 days per Maryland state law if it's a handgun. If it's a rifle, fill out this paperwork. If you're approved from the national database that we're required to go through the FBI for, then you can get it. If you can't get it, tough luck.
Yeah. Well, thank you for coming out, and maybe you can send us some more information on that and help educate us. That would be
Yeah, I'm
well
going
received.
to send another email over to the town council just in general, just to make sure you guys have a better understanding of everything that's required, both the licensing, like regulations, the payments that needs to be made for those licensing, everything that falls into place with that, who can and can't do it, all of it.
Thank you.
What's the realistic time frame for us to? Well, I would just make a joke like after watching tonight. I think it's like 2028, but
Right. So, I mean,
realistic time frame for P&Z to offer a repeal and replace of the land use classification.
they would like to they wanted to be on your timeline, but they also want to incorporate the public comment. And so they're hoping to be able to incorporate all public comment by June, which would send it to you by July. However, you have to deal with ADUs and you have to introduce those by August. So your realistic timeline to take it up is probably September.
Okay.
And then it's going to take you a few months to review it and go through it, because I think there's different opinions on what it should say. And you guys have to build consensus around that to move forward.
All right. Thank you.
Well, thank you for coming and thank you for your patience.
Thank you guys for your time. I know it's been a long night.
It has been a long
You guys got
night.
any other questions at all?
Just,
You said cards? No, not yet.
just please send out the emails, man.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. If there is anybody that is joining via Zoom that has any public comment, is there anybody left? Hallelujah. Nobody on there. Hallelujah.
Just to flag it, there was a request for accommodation via Zoom for public comment.
I think that makes sense. That's good. Modern technology.
It's available via request, just FYI.
Okay. All right. Anybody on the council have anything they want to add? As a lightning round? All right.
Quick lightning round.
Is it a motion for adjournment?
No.
Oh, nuts.
Just want to say that it's the season right now where we get all the horseshoe crabs and everything get stuck in the rocks and all that. And my wife and daughters like to go and help out, flipping them over and rescuing them and everything. So if y'all want to help out, that'd be great. If you see anything going on that looks like it could be bad news for the horseshoe crab, go ahead and flip him over.
Great. I'll add one thing. I spent most of today at Maryland Public Television. As I think all of you know, I'm a member of the MPT Commission appointed by Governor Hogan and up for reappointment by the current governor. And it was a very interesting day, and there's just a whole lot of great stuff that's coming out of MPT. And I know I've mentioned it before, but our Larry Ringgold right here in town is now a rock star, and he building his driftwood wooden pieces, and that was featured on the air. And I was actually at his house when they were doing the recording, and his driftwood horses go for, I think they start at about $5,000 and go upward from there. And he's making a heck of a living out of it. He used to be a teacher at the vocational school in Prince Frederick, where he taught carpentry, but I think he found it a whole lot more lucrative to be doing what he's doing now. And he's a personal friend, so I just wanted to mention that. And if you ever go to Neptune's, any of you, and you're sitting at the bar and you look up and see where the glass rack is, he built that in 1985. And that was there when I first moved here in 1985. I moved in 5 days after Neptune's opened. So anyway, just a little try to cheer you up after a long night. Is there a motion for, yes, go ahead.
Motion to adjourn.
There's a second.
Second.
All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposing?
Opposed.
Forget about it. You're overruled.
You don't want to be like. No, I'm saying it should have started. If I called, it wasn't gonna be out here before 11. Oh, yeah.